All right, good evening. Welcome to the December 9th, 2024 regular city council meeting. The clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Koo? Here. Councilmember Burt?
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Here.
Mayor Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Lipcott-Haynes?
Here.
Councilmember Vinker?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka? For the record, 6 present.
Great, thank you. We got a couple of special orders of the day. First one is an appreciation for Joe Simidian for his many years serving Palo Alto and the region. We have a proclamation on behalf of the entire city entire city council, as well as our executive staff. So I'll read our proclamation in recognition of Joe Simidian. Whereas Joe Simidian has represented Palo Alto among other jurisdictions in public office since 1983, an unprecedented 41 years of continuous public service to our community. Joe has held office in local and state government, including Palo Alto Unified School District Board of Education, Palo Alto City Council, and as mayor, Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, California State Assembly, and the California State Senate. And whereas Joe grew up in Palo Alto, performed at the Children's Theater, graduated from and was a student leader at Palo Alto High School, earned a Bachelor of Arts degree, cum laude from Colorado College, a Juris Doctor degree, and Master of City Planning degree from the University of California, Berkeley, and a Master of Arts degree in International Policy Studies from Stanford University. And whereas a wide range of organizations recognized Joe as Legislature of the Year throughout his career, including Santa Clara County League of Conservation Voters, Californians Against Waste, California School Boards Association, California National Organization for Women, California State University System, San Andreas Regional Center, California Library Association, NAACP San Jose / Silicon Valley, and Junior Leagues of California. And whereas Joe prioritized connecting directly with local constituents and engaging them in the public process through initiatives like his annual There Ought to Be a Law contest, a monthly Capital Focus interview program, regular sidewalk office hours at neighborhood farmers markets, and presentation of his 13 tips for successful advocacy lecture to local organizations. And whereas, as a state legislature, Joe established a strong record of principled leadership on climate protection, women's health, public safety, and early childhood development. And whereas for decades, Joe has led in creation of affordable housing in Palo Alto, including spearheading the preservation of Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, establishment of Palo Alto's first safe parking site, funding for the 88-unit Project Home Key transitional housing project for families and individuals, the 110-unit teacher housing project in Palo Alto, and the 50-unit affordable housing project in Palo Alto serving disabled adults. And whereas Joe has been committed to universal access, health services, and youth mental health, Joe led in the funding for the first Magical Bridge playground, providing access for all. He drove provision of the first youth psychiatric beds within the county, the creation of the Alcove Center for Children and Teens to access mental health care, and the creation of the first Valley Healthcare Clinic in North County. And whereas Joe led in protecting the foothills and the development of the first Stanford Community Plan to ensure that development impacts are fully mitigated. Now, therefore, I, Greer Stone, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby express our thanks and appreciation to Joe Simidian for his leadership, vision, and dedication throughout his exceptional years of public service. Thank you, Joe. And Supervisor Simidian, would you like to come to the mic? And mic is yours. I know you know this building well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. It's kind of you to take this time to express appreciation on behalf of both the council and the community. I have just, I guess, 3 observations. My office always says, why is it always 3? And I always say, well, 2's not enough to be impressive and 4's too many to keep track of. So it's always the magic of 3. And the first observation is to express my thanks. My boyhood friend and colleague on the Palo Alto City Council, Gary Fazzino, who of course has passed away some years ago, and I both were of the view that Palo Alto was the place we were meant to be to become the people we were meant to be. So while every visitor, resident, employee in the community has a different take on what it means to be here in Palo Alto, our take was, and in my case remains, that this is the place I was meant to be, to become the person I was meant to be after heading west from New England originally, and then by way of Colorado and ultimately here. Gary, by a somewhat similar route, he was also a New Englander and came through the city of Santa Clara before he landed in Palo Alto. And so for both of us, and certainly in my case, it meant that this was more than just a lovely community with tree-lined streets. It was a place of genuine opportunity for us, for our families, a place to imagine a future that might be possible, and then to realize that future in ways we dared not hope all those years ago. So I hope that as you go about your work, you will continue to think of this place in that way, more than just a prosperous community with wonderful amenities and beautiful neighborhoods, but as a place that really does allow people to become their full selves. And the second thing I wanted to say, and again, I will invoke my friend Gary, who, as you know, was a mayor and longtime council member behind this very dais, is we were also acutely aware of the fact that all of the things that Palo Alto had to offer us, both tangible and intangible, were on offer only because someone who came before us made an effort, took the time, had a vision. And so you referenced, Mr. Mayor, my time on the stage as a kid at the Palo Alto Children's Theater. That theater was only there because the men and women who shaped this community thought that's something we ought to offer for kids in this community. And by the way, my friends at the Palo Alto Children's Theater used to tease me that I had gone from good theater to bad theater when I made the transition to politics and public service. So what are you going to do? But it really does deserve a moment, I think, to underscore the fact that in your hands, certainly in the hands of those who came before you and those who will follow you, rests the future of this community. And the hope, of course, is that everyone who sits where you now sit and who helps in some other way, whether it's on one of the floors above us or on a local school board or in a classroom or as a community volunteer, that those folks will all have the vision and commitment necessary to build and sustain a community that provides that same opportunity for others. It didn't happen by accident. You all know that. So I want to exhort you to take that step. And the third observation I want to make as I say thank you is that I want to ask every member of the community, not just those who are appointed, elected, sitting in official seats and in front of official seals and flags. I want to ask every member of the community to do what they can to build, maintain, sustain a sense of community. It is something that, as I say, I think we take for granted, and we ought not take it for granted. It wasn't just official Palo Alto that welcomed Gary and me all those years ago as high school kids when we made our way to Palo Alto. It was a community that really was devoted to the notion that each of us had a responsibility for the well-being of our next door neighbor and the folks across the street and down the street and on the other side of town. And I know that may sound a little quaint, perhaps even a little bit hokey, but I think it has perhaps fallen out of favor as a way to think about our responsibility as neighbors and residents and citizens. So my exhortation to the folks who are here in the room and to any and all who may be listening at home is ask yourself what you can do. Because if I have taken any lesson away from the 41 years I have now been in public office, it is that we can do so much more together, and we can do so much more when each and every one of us accepts the responsibility to take a little piece of the work. So I want to say thank you to all of you. Those were my 1, 2, 3 points. I want to say thank you to all of you for your public service. Much of the good work that I've been able to do these past 12 years at the county has been a function not just of folks at the county organization, but folks here in the city of Palo Alto, including the council and your staff, who have worked as partners, I keep using that word quite deliberately, to make good things happen. And to that end, I should report to you that on tomorrow's county agenda, my last board meeting, there will be a $3 million allocation that I have requested from the Stanford Development Funds to supplement the financing for the Charities Housing Project on El Camino. There was already a commitment or a tentative commitment of $13 million for Measure A funding, as it's called, but we had an opportunity to do just a little bit more, finding another pot of funds. And before I walked out the door, I wanted to see if we could make that happen. It is contingent on tax credits in Sacramento on Wednesday being allocated to the Distal Circle project in Los Altos, California. So if all goes well by the end of the day on Wednesday, we can report good news on 2 fronts in terms of venues that will continue to make this part of our county a welcoming place. But as I say, I can't thank you enough for this moment of recognition, for your partnership through the years. And if I walk away with any one last observation, it's that it's on all of us. So I will wake up on January the 1st with no constituents to be concerned about or responsible for. And I should correct myself, because I will be concerned about them, because they're my friends, they're my neighbors, they're the people that we call community. And I want to ask each and every one of you to keep doing what you can to engage each and every one of us in that way. Thank you. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to serve. And I wish you many long nights doing good work. Thank you. And thank you to the 2 outgoing council members, by the way. I think people sometimes don't fully appreciate just how much sacrifice is involved in the work you have done and will be doing tonight. And I, for one, wanted to say, as a member of the community, thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you, Joe, as always. And before you go anywhere, I'm sure my colleagues would like to appreciate you as well with a few words. And then when we're done here, we'll ask you to come on up and take a photo with the council, and we will present your proclamation. So council members, Councilmember Vinker.
Well, welcome back to our chambers, supervisor, senator, mayor, and more, Simidian. When I first heard about our proclamation, I was thinking that you're going to need to put a second story on your house because of all the things that would be listed in this very long list. Because every time I think I've heard of all of your good works, I learn of something new. And it's just truly remarkable. And it's really an honor to sit where you once sat and to know that it all started here in Palo Alto. And I'm so very grateful that along the way, you became a mentor and a friend to me. Last night, when you were rightly honored at the Cities Association, where I should mention that was another one of your good deeds that I didn't know that you founded the Cities Association. It was so true to the Joe I know that you lifted up community and friendship in the public service you've done for these 41 years. And you echoed that again today. And that's something that I really take to heart. And I have heard a lot of your stories, but I had never heard the one you told last night about the homeless man here in Palo Alto a number of years ago when you were reelected to this body, and that he congratulated you on that, and that you called each other by name. I mean, that kind of example is one that we should all aspire to. So I want to particularly commend you for your focus on healthcare over the years and recognizing the need for physical, behavioral, and mental health. Physical health is something we don't really deal with here on the city council, so we're dependent on the state and county good works that are done. So for you, from writing a state law that requires better reporting for breast cancer, to addressing youth mental health with Alcove, to the very recent opening of the Valley Medical Center in North County here, all of those things are really tremendous support to healthcare, and I thank you specifically for that. You have literally been saving lives during your time in public office. So your career has been a work of art, and I think we all aspire to leave behind a masterpiece of that sort. So I will close by announcing that the city of Palo Alto and various community organizations are planning to honor you at a special celebration of your career this spring. The date will be announced soon, so you might want to get to work on that second story of your house. Thank you, Joe.
Councilman Aku?
Well, thank you. So Honorable Supervisor Simitian, I want to say you thanking me is just so humbling for me because I've learned so much from you through the years. And I want to thank you. I feel very sad that all the good things that we have had where you had advocated for us through the years, like you said, community and regionalization, what there is pros and cons to it. You have never forgotten about your community, which us being at the very edge, and to still continue paying attention to us and thinking about all the different social economics in our community. It's truly heartening and appreciated. So I apologize for this, Terry, thank you, but I just think that your thank you to me just brings tears to my eyes that you're not representing us at the national level. I will never forget. I mean, I try to implement some of the things that you have done, such as keeping in touch with your community through the sidewalk hours that you have throughout your district. And I've been trying to learn your 13 tips for successful advocacy, obviously not very successfully, but also I think throughout my years here, you know, one of the main things that I've always heard you say is full mitigation. And that I've learned, and I know our community as well as myself truly appreciate that you have watched over the city through all of the zoning changes and the general use permits that we've had to deal with from our neighboring university and all the traffic that we're going to be faced with. But more so, you saved Buena Vista and retain that community there because that's such an important community to us. And I can just go on and on, you know, with our RV parking, where you partner with the city after the city was really struggling finding a way of how we can do that. And as long as we provided the site, you actually worked on making sure that we can come to something together. And there's more I can say on and on, the teachers' housing, but also finding funding, even though you're on your last day of office, that you're going to get us some more funding in order to support the charities' housing. And that's a truly, genuinely affordable 100% project, which is within our affordable guidelines. I can't say how much appreciation and gratefulness I have for you. I hope that wherever the city is planning for you in spring, summer, it's going to be a parade with you marching, going through our streets so everybody can celebrate you. Thank you again.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to briefly add my own thanks for being a mentor and a leader. You've been such a remarkable public servant for the residents of Palo Alto for over 4 decades. Not the least bit surprising that on your way out the door, you're just trying to scrape up a few more million for affordable housing. Noting that that's a community effort, and the mayor and I just left a meeting where we were also talking about that same thing. So it is, as you said, a community effort to get these things done, but you've just been such a strong and amazing leader. As Lydia noted, we're very sad that you're not going to be our leader anymore. But in that same regard, we're just so grateful for all that you've contributed in all of your offices from this dais and many others. You leave office as a local hero in Palo Alto. And with that, I only want to say that you know how to get a hold of us, and we want to hear from you. So get at us when you can. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Lifcott Ames.
Supervisor Simidian, no one has served more or done more for our region. We are indebted to you, not just for your deeds, which are tremendous and speak for themselves, not just for your words, which are simultaneously instructive, inspiring, and utterly delightful, but also for your gigantic heart, filled with compassion for humans, born, I imagine, of your own humble struggles in youth. You have led with clear trust for what we humans can do when we each do our part. Thank you, sir, for doing so much more than your part.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be able to thank you for your service. When I first got involved in civic affairs in the early mid-90s, there were really 3 mentors, yourself, Gary Fazzino, and Joe Huber, who each had a different enlightenment on how to function well and attempt to entering into our really rich grassroots democracy. And I hear so often about the Palo Alto process being derided in a pejorative way, and it certainly can be cumbersome, but it also has many of the best characteristics of what it really means to have an active democracy. But you and your close colleagues really had an understanding of how to embrace that citizen participation and move things forward at the same time. And your whole career, as I think about many of your real top priorities, were deeply held because they were based upon your own experiences in your youth. And you've carried them through how many? 4 decades of public service, and they continue to inspire you and drive you to this day, including what we have on store for Wednesday. And I also just want to note, we have such a partisan era, and throughout your service, we've had partisanship in higher office, this being a nonpartisan office, and you've been a leader in our local Democratic Party. And yet, as you've said so many times, your ability to think independently, to cross aisles where valuable to achieve important ends, and to get things done has been based upon the support you have developed at a grassroots level in this community and through all the districts that you've served. And people recognize that they need to support you for you to have been able to be so independent in your thinking and so effective in what you've done. And lastly, we all have our reasons why we love this community. But none of us arrived here because we were stowaways. And if you haven't heard the story, Joe came out in 14 or so. Yeah. Oh, gee, I even got that right. Staying a summer with his father, and somehow got hooked into the children's theater and found a family of friends and cohorts. And at the end of the summer, he was to fly home to Boston, and he no-showed on the flight and was put up, as I recall, in the garage of the parents of one of his theater mates, and that's how we ended up getting to keep Joe in our community. So I never did hear who that was. I didn't know if you wanted to, keep them immune from whatever child kidnapping charges might have come about today, but I want to thank them nevertheless. So thank you, Joe.
Councilman Tanaka.
Yeah, I also want to thank you so much for serving the community, the region. I remember when I first got elected, you were kind enough to ask me to lunch, and I appreciate it. It was just like a couple blocks down. So, it gave me a lot of insightful advice. My first time being elected office, and the thing I didn't realize at the time was, the kind of personal sacrifice you make as a public official, and you've been doing it for decades. So, just really appreciate that. Really, thank you for that. I think your family finally gets you back, which is great. And thank you again for so much, all that you did for the community, and for all the sacrifices you made to serve for us. Appreciate it.
And Joe, just want to express my own personal thanks and share a quick story. I don't know if you remember this, but the first time that I got to meet you, I was a college student. I was going to school down in UC Irvine, and I was studying political science, and I was in my senior year, and I was trying to figure out what was I going to do when I graduated from college. I felt very lost. I knew I wanted to get involved in public service, and even though I never met you, I always heard such wonderful things, that you were our state senator at the time, and I'm sure it must have been incredibly naive of me, but I emailed your office and said, hey, can I meet with the state senator to just chat? And I don't think I gave them any more information than that. And sure enough, I think you personally reached out to me and invited me into your office. And I remember just being so excited, embarking on my spring break, where all my other friends were going off to beaches and everything else. I was saying, I'm going home to talk to Joe, my state senator. And I'm meeting in your office at Town and Country. And I think you must have given me about an hour and just given me all the advice you could on life and on public service. And that was really, I think, the beginning of my path into public service, and to be able to now be here this year as mayor, to be able to issue this proclamation to you along with my colleagues is such an incredible honor. And so I want to thank you as well for mentoring me. That is a term that we have heard so much at this dais and just around the region of how many people that you have mentored, how many lives you've touched, and that not only extending, of course, the public officials, but everyone else in our community, from our residents at Buena Vista to future residents at the teacher housing project and the project that you just described tonight. Well, hopefully we're going to get extra funds. The work that you've done has just changed this community in ways that are just truly unimaginable. And so to no longer have you as our representative soon is going to be such an incredible loss. But you have created a legacy where you have taught so many of us, and that we always look up to you. And I know one of the things I was told very early on when I got elected to council from a lot of great advice was never follow Joe when it came to any public speeches. And so I've been unfortunate enough to have to do that a few times. And but I've always tried to learn my best from you. So thanks so much for everything that you've done for our community. It's an honor to be able to recognize you tonight. And with that, we'd love to invite you up to the dais to be able to receive the proclamation and take a photo with the council.
Before we do that, Mr. Mayor, I do want to take one more moment of personal privilege. There was a reference to my old colleague and longtime friend, Joe Huber, who of course went on to become Judge Huber. And I did not know Joe Huber when I became a council member. So as you all know, one of the benefits of serving on the council is you develop new friendships, lasting friendships if we're fortunate. And Joe was just someone I hadn't had a chance to work with, didn't know him well personally at all. He did not know me, nor did he know my wife, Mary Hughes, who is here with me this evening. And those of you who know Joe know he was pretty droll in terms of his sense of humor. And so I mentioned to him in passing one day, I hear you had a chance to meet Mary. And he said, yes, I did. And he said, and he kind of shook his head in that rueful way and said, you really don't deserve her. And I chuckled and said, yeah, I know, kind of good-naturedly. And he got a very serious look in his face and said, no, really, you don't deserve her. So I do want to call out Mary, who's here with me tonight, as the partner in all good works. Any good work I've been able to do, I've only been able to do because of her love and counsel and good work at my side. And Joe Huber, I'm thinking of you as well as my friend Gary tonight. And I appreciate the very kind words you all shared, and I look forward to stepping up and doing this photo with you. And again, it means more to me than you might know to be here at home in these chambers to take this time together. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to special order of the day, item 2, which is a proclamation expressing appreciation for Roy Clay Sr. I've asked Councilmember Lithcott Ames to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the definition of a leader is someone who creates space for others to excel and shine, Roy Clay Sr. exemplifies this quality and has been nicknamed the Godfather of Silicon Valley as he created opportunities for others while he climbed. And whereas, after attending segregated public schools in Missouri, Roy received a degree in mathematics from St. Louis University as one of the first Black American graduates of a previously all-white university in a former slave state. He pursued engineering, first in Missouri, then in California. And whereas Roy's early work in California involved creating a radiation tracking system to study the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, and later when he joined Hewlett-Packard in 1965, he became a founding member of the computer division, where he led the team that developed HP's first mini computer, as he held the belief that computers would get smaller, faster, and less expensive. And whereas Roy practiced innovation in computer engineering, as well as workplace culture, as he created the flexible work schedule culture at HP and recruited talent from top universities, including historically Black colleges and universities. He became the first African-American executive at HP. And whereas upon leaving HP, Roy continued to influence the future of Silicon Valley by partnering with venture capital firms to help identify companies to support, such as Intel and Compaq. Roy also started his own electrical safety test equipment manufacturing company, RODL Electronics. Perhaps Rod L Electronics, which at the time was one of a few technology companies founded by an African-American and one of the most diverse companies, realizing that the diverse perspectives gave his company a competitive advantage. And whereas Roy was the first African-American to be elected to the Palo Alto City Council in 1973, and later the first to serve as vice mayor. He also served on the board of the Olympic Club in San Francisco, where he became the first African-American man to join the club in 1987. And whereas Roy was inducted into the Silicon Valley Engineering Council Hall of Fame in 2003, where he shared his hopes and dreams for a more inclusive future, as he knew he created a trail for other people of color in a place where there was previously no path at all. Now, therefore, Greer Stone, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby express his respect and appreciation to Roy Clay Sr. for his leadership, vision, perseverance, and dedication to advancing this community, the region, and the world.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I understand that we have Roy's son, Chris Clay, here to be able to accept the proclamation. Chris, thanks for being here. If you'd like to say any words to the council, you're welcome to. Please do. We welcome you.
So first and foremost, on behalf of my father, on behalf of my entire family, thank you so much for this proclamation. Cannot express how much this means to us. My father, as you read through it, he has a long list of accomplishments. He accomplished a lot in his very long life. If you ask him, though, to list his top accomplishments, one of those would be the work that he did with the Palo Alto City Council as a councilman and eventually vice mayor. In fact, I was just telling your fantastic city manager, Ed, that the last time I was here was a council meeting in 1975. So it's been a couple of years. The other thing that he's just ultimately proud of is raising his family in Palo Alto. So my siblings and I, we're all born and raised in Palo Alto. And he's always been proud of being a longtime citizen of this fantastic city of Palo Alto. And my siblings and I are incredibly proud to call Palo Alto home. Now, none of us live in Palo Alto anymore. We live in various parts of the Bay Area, but this is still home for me and will always be home for me. So with that said, we're receiving this proclamation from this fantastic city that we've always loved means the absolute world to us. So thank you once again.
Great. And Chris, before you sit down, we'd love to invite you up to take a photo with us and receive your proclamation. Okay. Well, we'll move on now to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. We have no changes on your agenda this evening.
Excellent. That brings us then to public comment. Madam Clerk, how many public commenters do we have?
We currently have 4 requests to speak.
Okay. Great. Then we'll do 3 minutes per speaker.
Our first speaker is Lauren T.
Police Chief Andrew Binder is refusing to investigate complaints that I filed in April about Lisa Sheff and James Reffenschneider about them illegally withholding records. Because of Andrew's failure to investigate, these 2 are being allowed to commit the same crimes again. This time, they're illegally withholding crime scene photos from my family. They claim that the photos contain my father's body, but his medical records say that his body was at the coroner. When I try explaining this to Lisa and James, they refuse to respond to my calls and emails, including when I show up here in person. I asked the city manager to look into Andrew's investigation, but he has a conflict of interest where these photos were taken at Stanford Medical Center. I'd like to ask you to all do your part and help me to obtain these photos. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa M. Moving to our next speaker, Natalie N.
Hello, everyone. I'll try to be brief. I'm Natalie Neufeld, the PhD student who's been conducting research on local politics. As I announced several months ago, I've been attending Palo Alto City Council meetings, both in person and online, which was cleared with the clerk's office in February. My data collection is over, so I will no longer be attending, observing the city council meetings. I have no findings to report because I haven't analyzed the data yet, but I've learned a lot, so thank you for having me here. Have a good evening.
Our next speaker is Tom H.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Tom Haxton. I'm the founder and one of the directors of a nonprofit that's trying to improve middle school sports in Palo Alto. And I'm just here briefly to address Mayor Stone. Mayor Stone, I appreciate the time that you've spent talking with us and advocating for us with city staff. And I understand that you intend to help us improve middle school sports in Palo Alto. I've been sending you emails and I thought it'd be nicer to come in here and nag you in person rather than continue to nag you by email. So I've been waiting 2 months since sending your last email. I know the first month you're running for re-election, but I would greatly appreciate you responding to the email because I think as soon as we can take this next step, the sooner we'll be able to help many and perhaps all middle school athletes in Palo Alto. So appreciate some sort of response from you as soon as possible. If you can no longer help us, perhaps I could ask another city council member to help us instead. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Thank you. Let's move on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, so I just wanted to report out that last week I participated in the NCPA Commission meeting on behalf of the city on December 5th, and the Legislation and Regulations Committee meeting on December 4th for NCPA. Of significance, we heard a presentation regarding the legislative strategic initiatives NCPA will be focusing on over the next year. Palo Alto and others provided feedback to ensure that those align with our priorities and theirs align. Then in the commission meeting, it took action on various operational contracts on consent, followed by action on key items such as CIP project to harden distribution for fire danger at McKay's Point Diversion Dam. And of course, Palo Alto gets hydroelectric power from that. We discussed the 2025 preliminary studies and investigations request, which is for NCPA battery energy storage system sites. So that's actually quite interesting, and we'll see how that dovetails with other city programs around our grid. There was also an election of new executive committee members. Election of Vice Chair James Shepard will serve the remainder of the term of the office of the departing chair. And NCPA Commissioner Mikey Hotai and Christina McKenna were appointed as the new at-large executive committee members. And finally, we approved a 2025 salary range adjustments based on a 2024 salary study that will be phased in over a 2-year period, from which we abstain for reasons I can describe if people want to talk to me. So that is my report for that commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ku.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. You might have noticed in front of you at places is a card from regarding the creche exhibit at our local Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So it was my pleasure to tour the 37th annual Christmas creche exhibit this last Saturday. I just want to say that Palo Alto has had the benefit of this amazing exhibit to be right here in our city, showing works all around the world as well as for local artists as they carve and create the creches. And a lot of this has been done with the cooperation and collaboration from other churches, other Mormon churches, who has agreed for Palo Alto to be the exhibit site. Like I said, this is their 37th creche exhibit and a gift to the community. There's no charge for this tour. Their first day exhibit was on Saturday, December 7th, and ends Wednesday, December 11th. So there's still time for the community to visit and tour. The tour hours are from 12:30 to 8:30 p.m. and the creche location is located at 3865 Middlefield Road in Palo Alto. There's also a lot of parking and it's free. My second item is a question for staff just to inquire on something that is on our consent calendar with regards to informing and communicating the Churchill Alma Street safety work for the to the curb for safety. So I staked it out during the mornings and afternoons when school starts and ends. And actually that location is quite crazy and has little to no adherence to traffic laws by bicyclists and pedestrians, especially for the youth. As I was observing, it did feel quite dangerous looking at them going back and forth. And then there's also all the construction materials out there. And while I know work has started, I have not seen any work going on during that time that I was there. So whatever updates are provided to residents and public through public service advisories, what are they and how are they done? It'll be great if we can find out.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to report that the BCDC Board of Directors last week approved the Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan, which is basically our sea level rise plan for the entire Bay Area. And this was really one of the primary reasons that I joined BCDC 4 years ago, because our Bay has an incredibly high proportion of all the risks from sea level rise in the state of California. And as we look around our bay, it's developed out into flatlands, including lands that were filled in the bay many decades and even over 100 years ago. And now we're seeing a reversal of what was that pattern of filling the bay and the bay now recapturing land over the coming decades. And so the plan is, it's a strategic regional approach based on our Bay Adapt guidelines. The final plan really responded to input from a whole bunch of stakeholders, including cities and our own city, that had very valuable and constructive feedback on how to make the plan adequately flexible, how to not make it one that was kind of single approaches, and to really allow cities that were already far along in their own plans to fold those measures largely into the RSAP, as long as they're aligned with the fundamental goals of the plan. And then the plan as of right now is really primarily one of goals and guidelines and not being prescriptive. But this is going to be revised in coming years. This is the foundational document that we're going to be proceeding from. And it's going to need to be updated as we learn more, as conditions change and evolve. But it's a really important document for our region, and I look forward to our city's plan aligning with that as we move forward. One smaller item is at the last VTA board meeting, I made a referral to proceed with funding of the tenant improvements that are needed to have our University Avenue Station House reactivated. And that's roughly about $350,000. It's part of the VTA ad hoc committee on what will probably be called the Palo Alto Mobility Hub. That's how MTC is now describing centers such as ours. And ours certainly is a real hub, as now the Caltrain staff and board and VTA staff and board can recite back that it is the second largest train station in the system and the largest bus station in Santa Clara County, and is starting to get commensurate attention. So those are my updates. Thanks.
Councilman Lithcott Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just three things. First is our downtown housing plan. I just want to be sure everybody listening is aware of the fact that our new housing element makes a commitment to accelerate housing production and further fair housing downtown, while ensuring that the downtown also continues to be an attractive local and regional destination. And as we continue to do work in that regard, we're very interested in what the public thinks. There's a survey on the city's website, and the deadline for that survey, I believe, is December 18th. So if you just go to the City of Palo Alto website, go to the search bar, put in downtown housing, the first link is the most recent update. Scroll down and you'll see engagement opportunity. Take the survey. We would really love to know what you think. So if you care about housing in the downtown, please fill out that survey. We want to hear from you. The second thing is, in my capacity as council liaison to the Palo Alto Youth Council, which is a group of about 30 high schoolers in our city who meet weekly on Tuesdays to put on events for youth and to really coalesce around what matters to the youth in our city. They're putting on an amazing 3-night thing called the Final Study Cram Slam. It's actually underway right now, continues tomorrow night and the 11th. It's a study cram slam opportunity at Mitchell Park Community Center, 5:30 to 9 tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday. And get this, they've got snacks, including waffles, hot cocoa, and pizza. But even better than that, they have therapy dogs. And who doesn't want to pet a therapy dog when they're studying? So I just think it's great that our teens have put this together for their peers. And I think all of us who have kids we care about, please make sure they know about this. There will be a lot of studying going on in addition to eating and petting dogs, I hope. And third, the OWL, the overnight warming location. The city held a wonderful open house to talk about the OWL last week. And for those who don't know, this is our commitment to trying to ensure that some members of our unhoused community have a safe place to go when the weather really turns quite inclement, as research shows that unhoused people are at risk of potentially not surviving nights like that. So at our downtown library, we have an overnight warming location. It opens only in response response to bad weather. If you're interested in whether that kind of weather is underway or expected, you can text bad weather, all one word, bad weather, to 888-777 to get that update. And I encourage people to learn more. You can go to the city website once again and put in OWL, and you'll get information about what the overnight warming location is all about, how it works, how you can have confidence that it's doing what it's meant to do. And if you have any fears or concerns, hopefully your fears and concerns will be assuaged too, as you read about just how much effort is going into providing that service and making sure that it is really meeting the needs of all involved, including the broader community. Thanks.
Thank you. And then just two quick ones from me. On Friday, participated in the annual holiday tree lighting ceremony. Thanks to many of my colleagues that showed up and city staff. Big thanks to community services that helped organize it, the Palo Alto Youth Council and Advisory Board, who also helped staff the event. And they also sang a really great song, and Coupa Cafe and Whole Foods on Emerson Street for providing the treats free of charge for the community. It was at Lytton Plaza. The tree will be lit through the new year at Lytton Plaza. So great opportunity to go out there, see the tree, and do a little shopping and dining at our restaurants. And then last week, I joined a collaboration with a nonprofit, Silicon Zombie, and the Palo Alto Youth Council. And we did they hosted a panel that I was a part on, a conversation with young people in Palo Alto and learning about what are their interests, what are their needs, how they think the city can better support them and their mental health needs, and was a really great conversation. So I know that is on the Silicon Zombie website and YouTube page for people to be able to check out as well. So great, a lot of wonderful things going on. And with that, moving into our study session. So a presentation of the 2024 annual community survey results. I'll turn it over to staff.
All right, great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lupita Alamos, Assistant to the City Manager. And tonight's study session will focus on the 2024 Community Survey results. I'll go over a few highlights and then turn it over to Brandon Barnett from Polco, NRC, who'll be presenting the survey results, followed by any questions that you may have. This year, the survey was conducted August 19th through the 21st, a week earlier than last year. This was to align with Palo Alto School District and conclusion of the summer recess, and to not compete with other community engagement surveys that were happening around that time earlier in the month. The survey provides insights into residents' perspective about quality of life, local amenities and services, public trust, resident participation, and other aspects of the community. The survey is also used to inform the performance metrics included in the annual budget as a measure of public opinion on city services, as well as to evaluate programs and services and gauge overall community wellness. With that caveat that the survey is a point in time perspective and not a measure of actual performance. Survey responses were slightly lower this year, 3% less than over the last year. So this year we had 585 responses versus the 603 from last year. However, the response rate remained the same at 17%. And on average, our response rate has been around 23. Some of the efforts we engaged in this year to include participation included conducting the survey again when most schools were back from the summer break, more public outreach via our different communication channels, and in our libraries and public facilities, leveraging that, public facilities. We extended the survey deadline by 2 weeks as well to engage more participation. We also embedded the survey link into our website address to create something familiar people could click on. And then we have also now the second year offering the survey in both simplified Chinese and Spanish to encourage other participants that may not want to fill it out in English. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Brandon from Polko to share the results.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Brandon Barnett, and I'm a Senior Survey Research Associate at the National Research Center at Polko. I'm pleased to be here to present the results of Palo Alto's community survey. Before I begin, on behalf of myself and my Polko NRC coworkers, I'd like to thank Lupita Alamos, the primary contact for us during the survey development and implementation process. She was a pleasure to work with and provided thoughtful feedback throughout the project. I would also like to acknowledge my colleague, Nicola Solari, who was the primary project manager and did the bulk of the work for this important project. This was the 20th time conducting the Palo Alto Community Survey. The survey was conducted from August 19th to October 21st, 2024. We used a probability-based house sample of 3,600 households. All households received 3 mailings. The online survey was available in English, Spanish, and simplified Chinese. And the results were grouped by the 6 sub-areas as one of the demographic comparisons. 585 total responses were received, providing a 17% overall response rate. 3 of the surveys completed were in simplified Chinese. 2023, it was 603 responses with the 17% response rate as well. The results were statistically weighted to reflect Palo Alto overall and increase the representativeness of the community. Of the 585 completed surveys this year, 292 were completed online and 293 were completed by the paper copy of the survey. Response rates by area ranged from 14% to 22%. The margin of error for the 6 areas within Palo Alto is plus or minus 14 percentage points, and it is based off the smallest number of return surveys per area. Thus, the margin of error was calculated using the number of return surveys from Area 5, which was 52. There were 727 responses to the open participation survey, all in English, up from 93 in 2023. The results of the open participation survey are included in the full report, and it is useful to see how the more informed and engaged residents think about the community. This is a summary of the response rate and margin of error over time. As you can see, there has been a decline in the response rate, which is not uncommon and reflects a broader trend in survey research. We observed a sharp drop in 2022, which could be attributed to several factors, one of which was the timing of the survey. The survey was conducted later in the year, between November and December, and since 2023, we have opted to conduct surveys earlier in the year. Additionally, in 2023 and 2024, we used a Palo Alto City link rather than our previous Polko link in the survey invitation to enhance the perceived legitimacy of the mailers. I do want to emphasize that although we are seeing a decrease in response rate over time, we can still be very confident in our results. Our margin of error has stayed at or under plus or minus 5 percentage points, which is right where we want to be. The lower the better, but the standard is plus or minus 5 percentage points, which we have met every year. As survey researchers, we continually monitor this and are coming up with ways to try and increase response rate. At Polko, we have a benchmarking database which includes survey data from more than 500 communities across the country. This database includes responses from communities who have conducted our national community survey or a custom survey such as Palo Alto's. Our database also includes survey results from jurisdictions across the country who may not have surveyed with us, but we were able to import their data into our benchmark database. Throughout the presentation, I will point out how selected results compare to the national benchmarks. We'll now move into an overview of the survey results. Of the 91 survey items for which residents provided evaluative ratings, 23 received ratings higher than the national benchmark, 5 of which were much higher. 65 received similar ratings and 3 received lower ratings, 1 of which was much lower. Items are considered higher or lower if they are more than 10 points different from the benchmark, and much higher or much lower if they're more than 20 points different. A few of the items that were much higher were the ease of travel by bicycle in Palo Alto open space, and K-12 education, and the much lower was cost of living. When compared to results from Palo Alto's survey in 2023, in 2024, 3 items received ratings that were statistically significantly higher than the previous survey iteration. 120 received similar ratings to 2023, and 19 received lower ratings. The 3 that received more positive ratings were Palo Alto as a place to work, the openness and acceptance of the community towards people of diverse backgrounds, and street repair. A few of the items that were viewed more negatively were the vibrancy of the downtown commercial areas, the availability of affordable quality childcare or preschool, the overall direction that Palo Alto is taking, traffic enforcement, and traffic signal timing. Moving now into the survey key findings, I do want to point to a few items that stood out to us as survey researchers. There's a lot of additional data in the full report that we won't cover tonight, but tonight's presentation will focus on a few areas that we found to be most noteworthy within Palo Alto's survey results. The first of our key findings was that Palo Alto residents continue to rate their quality of life highly. About 9 in 10 residents rated their overall quality of life as excellent or good, which is similar to the national benchmark. About 8 in 10 residents indicated that they were likely to remain in Palo Alto for the next 5 years and would recommend living in the city to someone who asked, which was similar to previous years and the national benchmark. Areas 1 and 4 had the highest reported percentage of residents that would recommend living in Palo Alto to someone who asked, at 85% positive, while Area 3 was the highest for those that planned to remain in Palo Alto for the next 5 years. About 9 in 10 residents rated Palo Alto as well as their neighborhood as an excellent or good place to live. Similarly, about 8 in 10 praised the city as a place to work and to raise children. These ratings were consistent with previous years and aligned with the national benchmark, except for Palo Alto's rating as a place to work, which was higher than the national benchmark. Additionally, about 7 in 10 residents gave high marks to the city as a place to visit, and more than half rated Palo Alto as an excellent or good place to retire. Both ratings were similar to those from previous years and aligned with the national benchmark. Area 4 tended to have higher ratings for quality of life related items compared to others, including residents' neighborhood as a place to live and Palo Alto as a place to visit. Areas 4 and 6 had the highest rating for Palo Alto as a place to work, while Palo Alto as a place to retire received the least positive scores from Area 2. The next of our key findings was that while residents were very satisfied with many city services, there are areas for improvement. About 9 in 10 residents gave excellent or good ratings to the library facilities, public library services, and the variety of library materials, as well as to fire emergency services, ambulance or emergency medical services, Palo Alto open space, and city parks. These ratings were similar to those given in previous years. As in 2023, Palo Alto open space was rated much higher than the national benchmark, and city parks were rated above the benchmark. More than 8 in 10 survey respondents positively rated the preservation of natural areas, police services, fire prevention and education, recreation centers and facilities and programs or classes, animal control, street cleaning, sewer services, refuse collection, utility payment options, drinking water, and art programs and theater. These ratings were on par with those given in previous years. When analyzing city services by area, of the items that had a statistically significant disparity, Area 4 had the highest ratings for traffic signal timing and public library services, while Area 6 had the highest for Palo Alto's open space. Both Areas 5 and 6 praised police services, and 4 and 6 gave high marks to art programs and theater. Among the services that received less positive evaluations were building and planning application processing services, land use and zoning, code enforcement, and affordable high-speed internet access. All of these received favorable ratings from fewer than half of the residents. Code enforcement and building and planning application processing services received lower ratings than in 2023, but were on par with the national benchmark. In fact, no service was rated below the national benchmark. Area 5 carried the highest score for land use planning and zoning, along with Area 4, and along with Area 4, they had a statistically significantly higher rating than Areas 1, 3, and 6. The other disparity was seen between Areas 4 and 6 and Area 1 for building and planning application processing services. All in all, 28 services received similar ratings to those in 2023, while 6 services received lower ratings, which were building and planning application processing services, code enforcement, traffic signal timing, sidewalk maintenance, and electric utility, and 1 service received a higher rating, which was street repair. The third of our key findings was that issues related to affordable housing and cost of living remain a concern for residents. As in previous years, fewer than 1 in 10 residents gave positive ratings to the cost of living in Palo Alto, while about 1 in 10 survey respondents favorably rated the availability of affordable quality housing. Both ratings were lower than the national benchmark, and there were no significant disparities by area for either of these items. The survey included an open-ended question where residents could describe in their own words one change the city could make to increase resident satisfaction. The most common response was related to housing and construction issues, followed by transit and transportation issues. Among the best rated community characteristics were the overall image or reputation of Palo Alto, the fitness opportunities, which included exercise classes and paths or trails, recreational opportunities, the ease of travel by bicycle in Palo Alto, and the ease of walking in Palo Alto, all with 75% or more residents giving positive ratings. Compared to 2023, all ratings were similar except for the vibrancy of the downtown commercial areas, which decreased from 65% positive in 2023 to the current 59%. Area 5 gave the highest ratings for the overall quality of business and service establishments, while both 4 and 5 praised the overall image of or reputation of Palo Alto. Areas 4 and 6 found Palo Alto the easiest to walk, and the residents of Area 4 gave the highest praise for opportunities to attend cultural, arts, or music activities. The next of our key findings was that parks, open space, and natural environment topped the rank of things that the city does well. In the open-ended question that was included in the survey, where respondents could write in their own words one thing they believe the city does well and should maintain, open space and natural environment topped the ranking, accounting for 25% of the mentions, followed by activities and recreation with 13%, safety services with 12%, and utility services with 11%. Next, we found that ratings for Palo Alto government performance remained strong. 3/4 of Palo Alto residents gave the local government high marks for treating residents with respect, while about 6 in 10 praised the government for being honest, treating all residents fairly, and informing residents about issues facing the community. All of these ratings were similar to the national benchmark. Only informing residents about issues facing the community saw a statistically significant disparity by area, with Area 4 providing higher ratings than Areas 1 and 5. All other aspects of government performance were positively rated by at least half of residents, except for overall confidence in the Palo Alto government at 49% positive, and the overall direction that Palo Alto is taking, which received a lower rating than in 2023, down from 54% to 47% this year. The remaining aspects were on par with previous years. Where benchmark comparisons were available, Palo Alto ranked similar to the national benchmark. Residents of Area 4 gave higher ratings for the overall direction that Palo Alto is taking and the job Palo Alto government does at welcoming resident involvement, and shared the highest ratings with Area 5 for generally acting in the best interest of the community. In conclusion, Palo Alto residents continue to rate their quality of life highly. While residents were very satisfied with many city services, there are areas for improvement within planning, zoning, and enforcement. Issues related to affordable housing and cost of living remain a concern for residents. Parks, open space, and natural environment top the rank of things that the city does well, and ratings for Palo Alto government performance remain strong. I'd like to now open it up for any questions.
Wonderful, thank you. I'll return to the dais for questions or comments. Councilmember.
Thank you. So thank you again for a very informative report. There are a few things that I wanted to dive a little deeper on. One is on the response rate, and I appreciate that we still have a statistically significant response rate even in the subgroup areas, so that's great. But when we, and I don't know if we can bring back that slide, which is slide number 4, I think. We had a big drop off in 2022, and I think we thought primarily because of COVID. As you noted, you made some adjustments on the length of time that this response was open and the start date. And so the last 2 years, we've recovered from that real, almost 50% decline in response rate to somewhere in between. We're about 25% below our previous average. And I want us to, I don't expect that we know the answers. I want us to treat this as an issue to try to figure out the answers. And I appreciate that there were several measures that were taken to attempt to address that. And they were good measures, but they don't seem to have been what is the explanation. And then a few of the areas, one was interesting on childcare perception. And I say perception, you know, really that's what this is about, is perceptions. But I emphasize it there because it seems to be a disconnect between how rich Palo Alto Community Childcare, and I'm less familiar with our other providers, but that's a really large, rich program. And what I'd be interested in hearing as a follow-up to this meeting is statistically, how do we compare to other communities and see how we flesh that out versus perceptions. And I wonder whether there's a portion of our community who needs better childcare and maybe isn't aware of the resources we have. But I don't know the answer to that. I'm just interested in it. I also noticed that, you know, there were a couple things that leaped out: our downtowns, our development center, our traffic enforcement. And I think these are all topics that we'll be interested in diving into more deeply at our retreat, and how we might prioritize responses to those areas. So I think I'll wait for that. On the development center, one of the things I've been thinking about is, I don't know what mission and purposes and goals have been defined for the development center and for the workforce there. And that's one of the things I'm going to be interested in understanding more as we go into our priority setting again. So thanks. Those are my comments.
Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following on my colleague's comments about participation rate. I wonder, Mr. Barnett, Ms. Alamos, if you have thoughts about how to get that rate back up to 23% or above 20%.
That's definitely something that we're going to strategize in the future. This is also not a situation that is unique to Palo Alto. Survey response rates in general have been going down across the board, but that's part of why when we look at this slide in particular, what we're really looking for in the validity of the survey is the total number of responses, which is what the margin of error gets calculated from, not necessarily the response rate itself. So the biggest thing that we've done, knowing that we've had declining response rates nationally, just in survey research in general, was to increase that sample size, which does in a way sacrifice response rate a little bit as a statistic, but it keeps the more important statistic, which is margin of error, consistent with where we've been in the past. We are constantly developing new strategies, new methods of outreach, new ways to really reach residents, because we are finding more increasingly that when you want to meet residents where they are no longer in their physical mailbox. So that is something that we will definitely look at as we look forward to 2025. As we move forward with the next iteration of the survey, we will continue to develop strategies to make sure that we are reaching residents where they are, which if we look at the open participation results going from 93 to 727, that's a significant accomplishment. And that should not be overlooked. And that is, you know, a significant accomplishment by city employees in getting that outreach out there.
If I could comment as well, and actually a follow-up question, Brandon. One of the variables that we've discussed previously with City Council and is a perennial topic of conversation is the length of the survey, given that it is a relatively long survey. Could you give us some context in how the length of our survey compares to other benchmark cities?
The length of the survey is relatively similar. Same number of questions, same about estimated time of completion, which is 13 to 15 minutes. And we haven't found that with the length of that survey that the rate of incomplete surveys has increased. The biggest challenge to getting completion rates for the survey is getting a resident to start the survey itself. Whether it's 2 minutes, 13 minutes, 15 minutes, the biggest challenge is getting it started. Once they start, they are generally more compelled to complete the survey than to drop off because of the length of it.
Thank you so much. So we went out to 3,600. Are you suggesting 5,000, 7,200? What are you going to propose the city do next time?
We'll continue to monitor just the trend in response rates. If we wanted to get back to 25%, we would likely increase to 5,000, but we would also work on some more communication strategies, not just during, but before the survey itself as well.
Okay, thank you. I was concerned that housing and construction issues were aggregated. It seems to me they're just not the same thing at all. I mean, they can overlap, but when people are saying housing is their concern versus construction, those are really different things. I assume we have to keep them aggregated because that's how the national survey, that's sort of a common question that's asked in every community. And if we disaggregate them, then we take ourselves out of that comparative data. Is that correct?
It would be partly that, partly also for the trend data as well. If we disaggregate them, then we lose the trend data that we have for that particular item.
Okay, thank you. My remaining questions are about comparing the random sample results with those who chose to participate. Of course, we know that those who chose, and they're more likely to be either thrilled with the city or upset with the city, or just are the sort of people that like to fill out surveys. And so it is not statistically significant, whatever it is that they say. Nevertheless, I think it's compelling to try to look at, well, what did they say? And how is it different than what the folks who were randomly selected said? For example, I noticed that those who did the sort of, I'll call it the opt-in, those who chose to do the survey just on their own, goodness of their heart, were more likely to be older. That is 31% were retired, 24% of the randoms were retired. They're more likely to have lived here a long time. Only 15% have been here less than 5 years, whereas 30% of the randoms were here less than 5 years. They're more likely to live in a single family home, 68% versus 59%. More likely to be owners rather than renters, 66% versus 57%. And their comments were twice as many, 44 pages of comments versus 21 pages. I just want to know what we can do with this. I wonder, is there a way to do some comparative data, understanding the limitations with those who opted in not being statistically significant? Nevertheless, it would be kind of cool to see that randomly chosen folks feel this way and those, who opted in feel that way. I wonder if it's possible to do, I compared by just flipping back and forth between the pages and trying to keep track of my page. Wondering if that's something that you could offer next time around, unless there's a complete added cost to it and burden.
Not at all. Doing a side-by-side comparison of the percent positives from the random sample survey and the opt-in survey is definitely something that we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one more question. I realize I'm a little over. Is that okay? Thank you. Similarly, I'm interested in a clearer picture on both the cost of housing and someone's socioeconomic status. So that table is incredibly lengthy in terms of asking what the cost of monthly housing for the responder was. And I'd love to see mode and mean on that so we can get a clearer sense of where respondents are and then perhaps compare, answers according to a person's income level. That would also be interesting, because just to try to get at, is the experience of those with more money or a higher housing burden financially, is their experience in the city different? Are they more likely to be, frustrated, or more likely to be satisfied? I think that would be an important way for us to better understand the socioeconomic impacts of quality of life in Palo Alto. So is that possible?
Yes, absolutely. I don't believe we ask an income demographic question on the survey currently, which we would have to add to it. But that's something that we can do and add as a demographic.
You do ask income, you've got bands all the way up to over $500,000 a year.
Okay, then I will have to look into it with Nicolas as to where the income comparisons are within the report.
Okay, great. That's it for me. And thanks again to you and to staff for pulling all of this together. Appreciate it.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I had similar questions on the response rate. I understand it's statistically relevant, and that's great. Just like to have more participation. But as I sort of noodled through it, I wonder if we're just having survey fatigue. Everybody and their uncle is surveying us about everything. I went to my doctor this week, and I got a survey before I got home as to how my experience was, and the survey said, "But this is not from the city, from the healthcare system. This is just private." And then I got one, of course, so I've got two people asking me how my physical was. Well, it's fine, And 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, I went to Nordstrom and I got a survey, how do I like my garment, before I even got home and took it out of the bag. So I just think we're always getting surveyed everywhere. That may just be a factor that we have to address. And that said, what was the cost of this survey? This is a question of the city.
Let me get that information for you.
As we have known before, and not unexpectedly, parks and libraries are at the top of the heap, and affordability here is at the bottom of the heap. And there's just, there's generally not much change. So I'm wondering if, based on what's happening here, we'd be better doing this every 2 years to see if there's any substantive change over 2 years, because they're not after one, and we put time and money, effort into it. So I'd be happy to hear the city respond to that.
Sure. Just to give you a perspective on that, we actually used to do it every 2 years, and I believe it was about 3 or 4 years ago that the council wanted to do it more often, and so we have gone to this annual survey. So again,
Okay.
we could always go back to every other year as well.
That's very good feedback. And I must say that the statistic I was most excited about was the way that the N sample folks weighted local government, which was 50% better than state or federal. So we can break our arms, patting ourselves on the back. But the thing that I like about that is it seems like the folks are paying attention to the issues that really affect them. And that's always my biggest concern, is that, are we getting enough communications out on all the issues that we have to deal with that affect them? Do they know that how much these issues affect them? So I'm glad that there's, at least relative to other kinds of government, they seem to be alert to the local issues. That's all. Thanks.
Councilmember Baker.
Thank you. And of course, I'm always glad to see the libraries at the top of the heap, as the Vice Mayor mentioned, and the parks. But not a single service was below the national benchmark. And, even though we're kind of getting used to seeing that, I think that's worth celebrating and lifting up. But of course, we also need to take a closer look at the things that receive some lower ratings. Not that we'd necessarily be surprised, but the vibrancy of downtown, the view of that decreased. And the satisfaction with the overall direction of the city decreased. Now, it wasn't by a lot, 54% to 47%, but it's gone to less than half. And I think that's something also worth noting and seeing if overall we can amend. I wanted to focus in on just a couple of aspects. One is about the utilities, because there was it noted in the staff report also a decline in the rankings for the electric utility. So I went to question 11, which is on pages 70 and 72 of our packet. And well, actually, I'm not sure if that is I'll get to question 11, but the gas ratings were pretty close to electricity. Water was best, sewer was pretty good. Stormwater was similar to gas and electricity, and all of them were far and away excellent or good, more than fair or poor. So I wasn't super clear on why electricity was singled out, but my broader point is that on page 81, there are some interesting things that were asked to be ranked. And the one was community value received from the city owning and operating its own municipal utility services. And of course, we're pretty proud that we do that. We had 66% rank it as excellent or good. So that's good. But then when you drill down, so that's for community value. But when you look at affordability, value of all the services Palo Alto Utility provides for the price you pay, it pops down to some slightly lower numbers. And I guess my question and thought is, it's kind of hard to figure out what that means in the aggregate because there are such different things we can do, and even perhaps perceptions by the community with respect to the different utilities. So for example, we're proud that our electric rates are, that you'd pay 50% more if you go across the border to Menlo Park or Mountain View. It differs by utility. So I don't know, it's hard to tease out whether the value is based on price or the value is based on responsiveness or the value is based on perceived quality with respect to water. So I don't know that I want to make this a lot bigger, deeper, and more expensive, but I just think it's hard to know, to get a lot of meaning out of the utilities questions when they're aggregated that way. So I don't know if staff has any thoughts on how to break that down. We have so many utilities.
Well, only to acknowledge and agree with your point that it's, in some ways, there can be some conflict among the responses. I believe these were all custom questions that the city added to the basic POLCO survey. And so these questions were put together really at the request of our utility staff. I believe to a certain extent also to try to reconcile with other survey work that they do as well.
Yeah, I was delighted to see it there. And I think that it's really valuable to ask because it is such a unique and amazing thing we do. But I think maybe we might want to think about fine tuning now that we've seen these responses to say, what did we learn and what are we now more curious about, and maybe perhaps fine tune them for next year. Similarly, I know that question 12 was, 17 and 18 were new on SCAP. And let me flip to that. I think 17 is on page 98 of the packet. And as our Director of Public Works has pointed out, question 17, how familiar are you with Palo Alto's SCAP 80 by 30 goal? Made pretty clear that people are not very familiar with our 80 by 30 goal. A majority was not familiar, and a total of 3/4 were either not familiar or only slightly familiar. So I think that's important as we have that as one of our, we have climate action as one of our council priorities, and that particular embodiment of it is not something our community is aware of. And I also thought that it was interesting, question 18, where we asked, well, what are some of the things you would do? So how likely are you to do the following things? And somewhat likely or very likely ranges from a high of only about 50% for heat pump water heaters, down to 39% for an induction cooktop, and down to 36% for whole home electrification. So as we've been working in our SCAP programs for whole home electrification to meet our goals, we've been talking a lot, I know from its inception, but certainly recently, about marketing to let people know about those programs and to build up some excitement and pride in participating in them. And clearly from this, it seems really important that we do that. So we can report out a bit more on our current thinking on that when we do the ad hoc report next week, but I wanted to lift it up. And I'm glad these questions were included this year, and I think they're quite helpful. Thank you.
Councilman Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I made a mistake. Mr. Barnett, I had asked if you could compare the open participation with those who were randomly sampled and discovered that I overlooked that portion of the report. I'm seeing here on packet pages 160 through, 169 or so, exactly what I was looking for. So I withdraw the question and offer my gratitude.
Councilman Coop.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. It's always interesting to read and to find out where our community is at and how they rate city government and all the things that are also provided here in the city. I was wondering, so it's really great that you have simplified Chinese now included. But I was also interested, I know you select random samplings in each of the neighborhoods, in each of the areas. So how is the notification in terms of that there is this opportunity? How is that communicated to the public or to the individual that is selected?
So there were instructions on the postcard, the cover letter for the survey, and the reminder postcard in each of the 3 languages on how to complete the survey online. And a link specifically for each of those languages, because we have a drop-down menu to be able to switch between English, Spanish, or simplified Chinese on the survey page itself.
And at some point you opened it up to the general public, right? And when you opened it up to the general public, then how was that notified or communicated to the general public?
So I'll answer that question. So we advertise the survey through our community newsletter. We post it on our website. We had it available at our libraries, a lot of our community facilities, like Lucy Stern, where you have a lot of forward-facing counters and areas that people will frequent. And we did almost weekly reminders for encouraging the community to participate, including extending the survey by a couple weeks to get a few more.
Thank you. I mean, that's awesome. Did you reach out to any of the neighborhood associations, or, for example, especially with the Chinese availability now, to some of the Chinese community clubs, Avenida's Chinese Community Center, the library, the Chinese library that is there also? Even with the other availability that you had, how is that community
Thank you
communication?
for the feedback. We could definitely include this kind of outreach in next year's engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Some of the things that was rated as a continuing issue, it's been continuing for a long time, right? Many of the surveys that have come out, the national surveys, code enforcement has been always on the list. Traffic enforcement and traffic mobility and congestion and parking has always been also. So I'm not quite sure how, so it is listed, but what is the intent on doing something about it? As for some of the positives that was mentioned here tonight, I think that's wonderful that we're keeping within the benchmark, but I always also think that we could always improve it, right? So I guess that's the whole thing. Now that we know all of the issues, what are some of the things that the council moving forward, as well as staff, are going to do to address them? Lastly, I just wanted to say, perhaps moving to the 2-year, given the number of the participants, that was something that was brought up by council members. But I would also look at a year when there isn't other activities going on. For example, it's a presidential election. So is that affecting, and I don't know, so the consultant should be somebody who looks at it, because I know that with all of the bonds and parcel taxes and regional issues, there's plenty of surveys going around. So what is the right time to do this where it's more attention is paid for? I lied, that was not my last, I just had one more. In terms of who and why certain participants participate, I want to say, you know, for a lot of us who are homeowners here in Palo Alto, we have a vested interest in our community and what government does. So I really believe that, you know, when we're looking at it, there is the homeowners who are elderly, who do want to make sure that they participate in providing feedback. And then we have the homeowners that are also young with young children. They're way too busy caring for their children to be too attentive to a lot of this. It's not that they don't want to participate, but it's more attention and knowing about what's going on in the city. So there's the investment factor in terms of investment in your community factor. And I think that we need to kind of take that into account also. Thank you.
Councilman Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you guys for putting this together. I was looking at the slide, service ratings changes over time, and I can definitely associate with some of them, right? So in terms of like sidewalk maintenance, I mean, it was about maybe 2 months ago, I was walking along Millfield, and like sometimes the sidewalks are just not even. I just totally ate it. I got my hands all bruised. So I could definitely understand sidewalk maintenance. My commute to work to my office is actually quite short. I basically go like maybe a mile, maybe 2 miles, very short from my house to my office. And the traffic, so I cross Pavement across El Camino at Hanson, and man, you know, like sometimes I sit there and there's no cars, and the lights aren't like, they're not like the timing or sensors. I'm not sure what it is, but they're just totally off, right? I mean, like no one's driving, but it's a red light. So I always wonder about that. And then from my office hours, I hear a lot of complaints about the development center. So anyways, all this, at least from the data that was presented here, it largely kind of syncs up with what I've seen. Okay. So the second thought I had on this survey is, and I think a lot of my colleagues have talked about response rate, and I think we're swimming against a tide here. I think the days of having these big ass surveys where people, you know, spend 13 minutes filling it out is really over. I mean, pretty much the way any consumer facing organization, and we are consumer facing, right? Our customers are the residents of the city. They've gone to Net Promoter Scores. Nobody does a really long survey. People have found that is not effective. People have total survey fatigue, and what companies do now, well, consumer-facing companies do, is kind of what happened to the vice mayor, right? So you go to Nordstrom's, you get a survey instantly. You get a physical checkup, you get a survey instantly. It's automatic, and pretty much if you look at JD Power surveys and all of the ways of how to get good customer service, everyone realized that a Net Promoter Score is way more effective than these long annual surveys, because what happens is you're surveying people at the time the service is rendered versus a year later or however long it's been, especially if you go to 2 years. And you're basically just asking people just one question only, right? Now, would you recommend the service to someone else? And the world has kind of realized that this is like much more effective. You could actually act on it. So for instance, someone goes to a development center and they say, oh, you know, I had a really bad experience. You could act on it right away versus a year later when someone may not remember what had happened. And so I think we should kind of get rid of this annual survey and just go towards a Net Promoter Score, which is pretty much how every other consumer-facing organization does. And the great thing about that is NPS scores, Net Promoter Scores, are the standard. They're benchmarks for everything. I mean, anything you could think of, they have a benchmark on. So you could tell, like when you have to worry about, you know, is the customer service poor or not good? And it's a lot more granular than an annual survey where you're just trying to hope that someone remembers what's going on. And so I think that we should get rid of this, use whatever money that we were spending on this and set up our systems to send out automatic Net Promoter Score surveys. I know there's maybe one or two departments in the city that maybe is kind of doing this or trying to do it, but I think it should be standard where every time a service is rendered, we are like McDonald's or Nordstrom's or whatever hospital you went to, but we just automatically send it out. And, a lot of organizations, they actually give people a little bonus. So you go to McDonald's, they win a chance to win a hamburger or whatever it is, where you give people a little bit of incentive because this customer feedback is gold, right? It's actually how we get better. Because, like on the development center, there's some people who are so upset. By the time they talk to me, they've just like, they've kind of ran out of options, right? And rather than have something like that, we should have a mechanism where people can give feedback in a timely fashion. Because I know that development center has a ways to give feedback, but pretty much they only give it selectively to people that they know are happy. And it's not a really good way of how to improve the customer service of the city. So I look at some of the things that have decreased the service ratings. And it looks like only one improved, street repair, and then the other 6. Plus, if you count like University Avenue or whatever, that they've all decreased. So our performance as a city is not good. And I think part of it is because we're not getting this feedback in a timely fashion, in a more granular fashion. And so rather than having the survey that takes, tens of minutes or longer to fill out, that's only done once a year, I think going to a Net Promoter Score like everyone else does, they have software that does this automatically. So it's not like a human has to do it. And it gives the department heads a much clearer signal in a much more timely fashion to act on it, to actually affect change, to actually improve the customer service. And also you could publish these numbers to the staff so as they improve their service, they can see the Net Promoter Scores go up. And again, like there's so many other benchmarks out there right now, because this is only annual and we try to compare against city, it's hard for us to compare and we don't get it in a very timely fashion. But if we go to Net Promoter Scores, there are gigantic books, reams of data over Net Promoter Scores about what does it mean, for what kind of organization. So it's a lot more actionable than what we're doing now. So anyways, I would advocate for us to just get rid of this thing and go with what everyone else is doing and really try to improve the customer service in our city.
I just have one question and a comment. So the report did provide some context for why some city services received lower ratings than last year. I didn't see any explanation for why code enforcement received a lower rating. Wonder if staff had any thoughts on why that might be.
I do believe there may have been a few high-profile code enforcement cases in the last year that may have informed some of the public perception. Certainly, we could look back and see what those were, but I do recall a few in 2024 that may have, like I said, colored that perception.
Okay, I think something hopefully too that we can pick up in mid-year budget or the next budget cycle or in our next priority setting, the importance around code enforcement, ensuring that that department is able to adequately handle quite a large volume of complaints. I know it's a challenge, but it's an area that's really important for quality of life, and do appreciate all the work that they are doing and staff is doing, but clearly an area where we can improve. And then I agree a lot with what I've heard. Just one stat that I really kind of found revealing was the percentage of people who responded don't know for the question regarding the availability of affordable quality mental health care. And I think most of the don't know options, I was kind of looking through the report, were really just in the single digits or in the teens, but for awareness of mental health care, that was at 61%, by far the highest one. So, and I do think this is an area where we have a lot of wonderful offerings and nonprofits who are providing this work, but it's really clear too few of our residents know that they exist. And I think we need to continue to find a better way at marketing these services. This is an area that I have found time and time again with my work on youth mental health this year is we have a lot of services, but too few, especially our young people, are aware that these services are out there. And so I hope next year that's something that staff and council can continue to work on. How do we better market the services that are out there? And that was the only other addition that I had.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I believe we do have an answer on the cost of the survey. So Lupita, would you like to respond?
Yeah, for this last iteration, the cost of the survey was 31,700.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to public comment on the survey.
For the record, no request to speak and no hands are raised.
Thank you. Then we'll close this item and move on to the consent calendar. Consent calendar is items 4 through 15. Let's take public comment first on the consent calendar.
No request to speak on consent calendar items 4 through 15.
Thank you. Any no votes or request to pull? Councilmember Ku.
Yes, I'd like to request to pull item 4. And I would like to register a no vote on 12. Thank you.
Councilman Tanaka.
No on 11.
Do we have a motion to move the consent calendar?
So move.
Second.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
since I didn't get any support to pull 4, then I'm going to register a no vote for that, please.
Okay. So Councilman Ku is a no vote on 4. When the clerk's ready, you can call the vote.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Councilman Ku, would you like to speak to your no vote?
Yeah, I do want to join you in adopting the resolution to accept the statement of votes and the certification of election results. And I congratulate all the candidates and incumbents who have moved forward on this. And I do want to certify it. I understand that this is completely about certifying the votes. At the same time, I wish there was an opportunity to speak about it and to give for a future direction, especially through this council, through a resolution or through other methods, in order to let the supervisors, the Santa Clara County supervisors, as well as the registrar of voters, that they did a big disservice to the one candidate that was put on a page, on the next page. So I was actually really hoping that we could have done something in order to provide direction and to put onto future council meetings for this to be addressed, because it's really the power of one vote. It can change policy, and we obviously saw how close all the votes are. And this was actually malfeasance and negligence, not to allow all candidates to be viewed fairly. On my no vote for 12, we're moving forward on this, and it is showing that it is going to be a $20 million investment in the conceptual plans for the grade separation. And I really can't see after 20 million spent that that it is not going to move forward. And my hugest concern has always been that there will be the taking of homes, be it full or partial. And I still cannot accept that, and I can't see spending all that money just to come to a solution that will hurt our residents. Thank you.
Councilman Tanaka.
Yeah, thanks. So this is item 11. This is the 7th amendment or increase on the police building. Originally the contractor's estimate was 84 million. And now with this, it's 100 and almost 120 million, right? So considerably more. I think we need to, there's a lot of nice things to have, we want to have a nice building and all that, but I've already heard the building's pretty plush, and I think we need to hold the line. I think that, continuing to exceed the budget makes no sense. I realized that, we could directly borrow more money, but I don't think that's the right idea. I think we should try to keep expenses in line. And so rather than keep approving these amendments, we should not, if we over budget, then we need to cut something, right? We shouldn't just keep spending. So it doesn't make sense to me. And that's 120 million without, counting the additional staff salaries and benefits that went into all of this. So I just, I can't agree with the excessive spending on this police building.
Okay, next city manager comments. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Clerk. Next slide, please. All right, mentioned this last week, but upcoming on Thursday, we do have our annual test of our emergency alert system. Last week's earthquake did serve as a reminder of the importance of these systems. So again, the test will occur on Thursday. That's December 12th at noon. So 12/12 at 12. And so when your phone goes off at that time, you will know, hopefully you will expect it. For those who want to check settings, you can get information on this system at our cityofpaloalto.org/emergency alert test. Next slide, please. We are also, as was discussed earlier, another survey, and one in preparation for the City Council's annual priority setting retreat. This is an annual opportunity for residents, other community members to provide your input into the priorities that the City Council will discuss at the end of January. So we do have the survey now live. It's very straightforward. I think it's 3 questions, and you have the ability to provide your input. I suspect, as was noted earlier, there will be quite a volume of free-form input, which is typically what we receive each year. Information on this survey is cityofpaloalto.org/council priorities 2025 survey. A little long, but hopefully clear. Next slide, please. Also, City Clerk's office has just opened the recruitment for 2 positions in the Planning and Transportation Commission. The deadline for these applications is January 8th of 2025. Additional information on this opportunity is available cityofpaloalto.org/BC recruit. Next slide, please. Then here's one I'd like to spend just a moment describing. These are some new updates on the ability to get price breaks, really, on changing out home gas appliances and replacing those with electric appliances. Our heat pump water heater program has been in place for a while, but recently there was a change in state available incentives, and you can receive an additional $200 for a limited time, and can assist in making that switch to a heat pump water heater. In addition, there is other state incentives available to moderate and low income households to receive up to $8,000 when switching to heat pump heating as well as cooling systems. So again, a number of specific opportunities available for community members here, cityofpaloalto.org/save by going electric. Next slide, please. And finally, a quick look ahead to your upcoming council meetings. You have one more council meeting this calendar year. Next week, the 16th, you'll have a report on your council ad hocs from this past year, as well as action items related to city council reimbursements and an action or a reimbursement resolution related to grid modernization projects. Then looking forward to the new year on January 6th, you'll have your reorganization meeting, welcoming your two new council members and saluting our outgoing council members. And then in the additional 3 meetings occurring in January, number of action items concluding with your January 25th Saturday City Council retreat. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my comments for this evening.
Wonderful, thank you. And Councilmember Burt?
Yes, just one follow-up question. City Manager, you mentioned the 2 openings for the Planning and Transportation Commission, but my understanding is we have 2 members of that commission who are coming onto the council and 1 whose term is up in March and is term limited. So I was wondering why there are not 3 that are being done at the same time.
City Clerk, perhaps you could respond.
Yes, I could speak to that. We do plan on updating the recruitment to include all 3 positions. Thank you, and sorry, apologies to
Thanks.
City Manager, we didn't get that information to you earlier, but yes, all 3 positions will be held with the special recruitment.
Thank you for that correction.
All right, let's take a break. We'll be back at 7:45. All right, we are back from break. Move to now our action items. First is item 16, to receive an update and confirm the preferred concept plan for the University Avenue Streetscape Improvement Project. Direct staff to determine the contract amendment for future phases. Turn it over to staff for presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make just a few opening comments for some context, and then I'll turn it over to our team to walk through the specifics. First, just to acknowledge the obvious, this tonight is University Avenue Streetscape, and perhaps hopefully obvious that this is all about economic development. And this follows many years at this point of efforts focused on citywide economic development. Tonight, specifically, the topic is infrastructure. And again, streetscape, a form of this infrastructure. At the same time, we also recognize, and infrastructure is something that takes, unfortunately, years to come to fruition. That said, we do recognize the need for us to keep front and center the immediate actions that the city is taking, that the community more broadly is taking in the interest of economic development. And so the presentation you'll hear tonight will lead off with an update, a brief update on current efforts. At the same time, we do then want to transition to the topic, specific topic before you, which is a future planning effort. Specifically here in the University Avenue area, we have property and business owners that are engaged, understanding that an assessment district is likely a component of funding for the project. And what that means is that the costs, much of the costs associated with the infrastructure would be borne by the property owners and businesses that would benefit from that investment. And setting up a fair allocation method for that division or apportionment of those costs takes time. So with that, the staff report, the presentation you'll receive tonight incorporates the feedback received from prior sessions as well as stakeholder input. And while recognizing that much work remains, we are here this evening recommending your approval of the core concepts so that that additional work can move forward on specific designs. So with that, let me ask staff to proceed with the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Ashwini Kantak with the City Manager's Office. I'm joined by Holly Boyd from Public Works and our consultant Casey Case. We also have several staff and consultant Robert Stevens here to support the discussion of this item. So here's a brief presentation outline. We are pleased to present a preferred concept plan. And as Ed mentioned, we are asking for your approval to proceed to the next phase of design. Again, although the focus today is the concept plan, we recognize that safety, cleanliness, interim improvements, and zoning changes are all essential to the economic vibrancy of downtown. And so we're happy to share some brief progress updates on these. So since June, when we were last here to talk about this, Public Works has completed power washing of 3 downtown garages with 2 more scheduled in January. They have continued to use overtime to do enhanced cleaning and trash pickup and have removed damaged and abandoned news racks. Consolidation of the remaining 119 news racks with news racks located on each block is anticipated by spring of 2025. We know that there has been some interest on this topic, and we want to assure council and the community that we will ensure convenient access to this important community asset as we design the long-term improvements. In terms of physical improvements, upgrades to downtown curb ramps are underway, and a refresh of Lytton Plaza has been completed. And then, as you know, you have recently provided direction to staff to expand retail uses and streamline permitting to also support retail and foster a vibrant downtown. Since June, we've also established a downtown stakeholder working group, which is comprised of 17 members, and they represent businesses, residents, and community partners. This group has convened twice in September and November, and we've also conducted a community-wide survey that ran from October through November, received 424 responses with almost 90% of residents in that 424. As Ed mentioned, the preferred concept plan has been informed by stakeholder and community input since June. And since the questions in the two surveys were not exactly the same, this slide covers the key takeaways. We have more details available for you in case you have questions, and we also have the results posted on the city's website. And so in terms of the project scope, widen sidewalks between High and Cowper Streets for about 7 blocks, and then streetscape enhancements for 9 blocks between High and Webster Streets. So a budget of about 43 million is what the question was for the stakeholders, and that was preferred as the project scope by 60% of the stakeholder group. In terms of sidewalk corner elements, seating and public gathering spaces, landscaping and bike parking were the desired elements. And then the community also noted their high interest in outdoor dining and retail and other public spaces on each block. In terms of key gathering spaces, Lytton Plaza, Historic Ramona Street, High Street Gateway, and Centennial Alley were identified as the top gathering spaces. A way to highlight Palo Alto's history and as birthplace of Silicon Valley, what we got from both the community and stakeholders was things related to interpretive history and technology exhibits, so a history walk, murals, special events, and gateway elements. And then we asked the stakeholders about special events. Most of them preferred the venue between Ramona and Waverly Streets, so closing streets, maybe a frequency about 2 to 5 times a year. Did want to note that some stakeholders stated a preference for no road closures, and this is a topic we'll be pursuing more and engaging stakeholders on during the design phase. I will now hand it over to Casey to walk you through the preferred concept plan.
Thank you. So there we are. Here's a rendering of a potential example of some of the improvements that could happen along the street. This demonstrates the scope of the full project area and also the partial project area. We're going to walk down the street in just a moment. So the improvements that are included would be expanding the sidewalks to 17.5 feet wide. Also, with the enhanced crossings at the intersections, decorative paving on the sidewalk for that primary 9 blocks and key gathering spaces. We would be relocating utilities and some stormwater improvements. There would be repaving of the streets between High and Webster. We would enhance the landscaping and maintain all the existing trees. There'd be new streetlights, traffic signals, wayfinding signage, and then amenities as mentioned in some of the previous slides, and also an opportunity to bring interpretive elements to showcase that birthplace of Silicon Valley. And then as we walk down the street in the next few slides, we'll show some of those opportunities for these spaces. This shares the section of that realignment of the street with that expanded sidewalk space, maintaining parking zones, that 3-foot buffer area, and a 10-foot driving lane with those existing trees to remain. This shows a potential typical block improvement. So this concept design is very high level, and this is what we look forward to vetting in the future. But this shows how there is opportunity with this extended sidewalk space to potentially have some sidewalk dining. There still remains an opportunity for future parklet dining options, enhancement of the corners, as well as potential engagement opportunities along the street that might offer some seating or little garden opportunities and art elements as well. The next several slides are going to point out some of those opportunity spaces within each block. So between High Street and Emerson, we love the idea of incorporating a gateway. We like the idea of also having this at bookends of our street improvements area. So you'll see that on the opposite side coming up. And on each slide, we'll also share a chart that shows the parking and opportunities for parklets. Between Emerson and Ramona, we love the opportunity to enhance that connection to Lytton Plaza, bringing some of that social gathering space out onto the street and celebrated along University Avenue. Between Bryant and Ramona, there's a connection to Centennial Alley that can also be celebrated with a pedestrian plaza, encouraging social engagement and connection to University Avenue. And then between Bryant Street and Florence, we have an existing pedestrian plaza that we love as an opportunity for that ending of the intersection area there and creating social opportunities. And that extends between Florence Street and Waverly. And then on Kipling, we have a similar pedestrian plaza opportunity. So again, that opportunity for social engagement and some enhancement. And then as I mentioned, as we reach Cowper Street, we'd love a closing gateway element, really bookending that streetscape opportunity. A lot of the feedback we heard in conversations with our stakeholders and community members was that Burlingame was a great example. And so we will look to emulate what's really successful and working along here, which does include some of these streetscape amenities, these widened sidewalks, and these social gathering spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. So these are the estimated project costs and assumptions. Since June, we have completed significant utility coordination work, and the estimates have been updated to reflect that, and then also to reflect the reduced scope from the widened sidewalks going from 9 blocks to 7 blocks. The cost estimates, obviously at this point, are preliminary and include both hard and soft costs. We've included a 25% contingency. Construction is anticipated to begin in 2027, and we've used an inflation factor of 4%. The estimates do not include any ongoing operations and maintenance costs. And as discussed earlier by Ed, we will need to pursue an assessment district and other funding sources in order to fund this project. As we all know, to support a vibrant downtown with thriving retail, we need to ensure convenient access. So the project maintains the two-way vehicular access. We are proposing narrowing the width of the travel lanes to 10 feet to support a slower and safer street. A parking guidance system is currently underway, being implemented to efficiently direct visitors to available parking. The project will also incorporate short-term on-street parking spaces to support delivery, loading, and rideshare services. Additionally, a new downtown garage project is being planned, and ongoing parking studies will be conducted to track parking needs. In terms of bicycle access, the design maintains basically University Avenue as a Class 3 facility. But we are including a 3-foot buffer on each side of the travel lane for safety purposes. And we will continue to coordinate closely with the bike and ped transportation plan that is underway to ensure convenient bike access to downtown. So including wayfinding signage, bike parking, etc. Here is the tentative project timeline. We've shared this with you before in June, and just wanted to note that project completion at this point is anticipated in 2029. And then here are some immediate next steps. So if council approves moving forward today, approves the concept plan, then we will bring forward a consultant contract amendment back to council in early 2025, so we can proceed to the design phase. And we will also be looking to release an RFP for an assessment district feasibility analysis, bringing something to you for action in spring of 2025. And with that, we are asking for your confirmation of the preferred concept plan and direction to bring back the contract amendment in order to proceed to the next phase of design. That concludes our presentation. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's turn it over to public comment first.
Our first speaker is Richard H.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Richard Hackman, and I'm a volunteer board member with the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce, currently serving as Vice President. Thank you for your continued efforts to support retail businesses in Palo Alto and for keeping economic vitality a top priority. The Chamber appreciates being part of recent stakeholder meetings regarding the University Avenue Streetscape program before you tonight. These efforts are critical to revitalizing and sustaining the University Avenue retail corridor, which continues to face challenges and uncertainty in this post-pandemic era. Overall, we believe there should be a strong cohesiveness between all elements of the downtown area, including the streetscape, retail, housing, parking, public safety, cleanliness, and transit connectivity. We are generally supportive of advancing the preferred concept plan before you tonight, but would like to convey a few points of emphasis. Number one, to the extent possible, please implement as many of the elements of this master plan as soon as possible as smaller pieces, rather than waiting to start all of the construction work at once. There should be a cohesive plan for downtown. It's something the chamber is strongly supportive of. But for items that are settled, doing work in smaller pieces as soon as possible allows the benefits to be realized more quickly, lessens the one-time construction impacts, and spreads out the costs. Number two, parking and vehicular access continue to be top priorities of our retail members. As proposed, please keep on-street parking on University Avenue and keep University Avenue open to vehicular traffic. And three, cleanliness and safety are imperative for successful retail. Your continued investments in these two areas are greatly appreciated and strongly supported by our retail members to ensure people feel safe and welcome when visiting our downtown. Again, the Chamber thanks you for your work on this issue and supports everything you can do to make downtown Palo Alto a place that is clean, safe, and easy to access. Any improvements you can implement that help achieve these aims and align with the overall plan for downtown Palo Alto, we ask that you please implement them as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Michael F.
Hello there, City Council. I want to, before the years, I just want to come by and thank you guys for letting me speak. When I spoke, I will say something you may not like, but I want to tell you these two things. Fluoride by the EPA has said it's no good, so you can handle that. It says bad for your health, cause women breast cancer and men colon cancer. And finally, 3800 Middlefield Road in Palo Alto is the Church of Latter-day Saints. They're showing the Christmas display. It's probably the best one in California. It's beautiful. I recommend everybody go who's listening and everybody here in the audience go. And you know about this bird. You know it's a beautiful show. And there's things from all over the world. It's the way the world should look. And I know I'm speaking on a subject that's not, I shouldn't speak on, but go see the Christmas display.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Martin B.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Stone and council and staff. The newly enacted California Vehicle Code Section VC22500N is actually very helpful for your proposed remodeling of University Avenue. That requirement now is that parking is prohibited within 20 feet of marked or unmarked crosswalks. So taking care of the corners, by not having parking spaces there, that'll help the beauty, I think, of the city. I saw the little bulb outs on your diagram there. Another opportunity for all those 20-foot spaces on every corner could be another place for landscaping. That includes groundwater replenishment islands. So that could also be quite good for the environment also. Also on the diagram, of the proposed diagram, I saw these little diagrams or circles pointing out to plazas, like one on the corner of Florence and University, or connecting to Lytton Avenue. As some of you may know who've talked with me, it's I've been in Italy often, and Italy has public plazas. And what makes those plazas so functional for gathering places is that the edges are defined. And if I look at Lytton Plaza, for example, or the one in front of on the corner of Florence and University, the edge is defined by University Avenue car traffic. That does not create a sense of place and plaza. That's my personal opinion with all my urban studies, years of urban studies. If there's some way that as the plans get developed, there can be a better definition of these plazas, so we don't use traveling cars on University Avenue as the edge. That'd be my comment on the on design for improving and enhancing the public experience of a plaza. Plaza is a place, not a bus stop, for example. Okay. Anyway, those are my comments, and look forward to seeing new opportunities for as the design gets developed. Thanks, and have a good holiday. Thank you. Bye.
That concludes public comment on action item 16.
Great, thank you. Then back to the dais for questions or comments. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So a few questions. One is I saw that the tentative direction is to convert to parallel parking on both sides of the street with some parking loss because of the other measures we're doing. Was there a consideration of one side of the street diagonal and the other side no parking? And how many spaces would be lost through that approach versus what we tentatively have here?
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. So I know that the latest versions that we've looked at, concepts were always with parallel parking. One of the reasons was for safety in terms of getting in and out with angled parking. But I will defer to the consultants, Casey or Robert, if they want to respond to any earlier versions.
Yeah, and on that, not only is there a safety consideration, but there's a traffic flow one as well.
Thank you, Robert Stevens, engineer, supporting the project. Yes, the principal rationale from converting from angle to parallel is it actually occupies less street space and allows us to allocate more space to the sidewalk. So with keeping the angle spaces, we would not be able to achieve the 17.5-foot wide sidewalk.
I'm sorry. I had alluded to one side of the street being diagonal and the other not having parking.
Yes.
So are you saying that having parallel on two sides consumes less space than diagonal on a single side?
Correct.
I'd like to see those numbers. Okay, thank you. And one of the things that I realized is a benefit for bulb outs that we hadn't talked about is potentially adjusting signal time, because the signals are often extended, particularly on the crossing streets, for pedestrian crossing, and it's a shorter pedestrian crossing. So I'd be interested in making sure that we're looking at traffic flow, which gets backed up on University. We're not looking for faster traffic, but just traffic that flows better and isn't just stop, start, stop, start. One of the important things, and Richard Hackman alluded to it, and this was already important to me, is what medium-term measures can we do? The council at the last meeting had really emphasized wanting to look at things that would be done before the master plan. And we've done some of those that you mentioned on power washing, and I'm interested in whether that maybe should be, if we're having to use overtime, is that something we should be looking at outsourcing long-term like we do on parks maintenance and things? But has staff identified potential medium-term measures that could precede this big master plan?
Yes, Councilmember Burt, we have looked at short-term, medium-term, and then the long-term, of course. And short-term was just kind of this fiscal year, and then the next year 2 and 3 as midterm. So we looked at it with the lens of policies and ordinances, cleaning, enhanced cleaning and other services, and then also planned improvements, capital improvements. And so we have a list of that we could bring up and go through if you'd like to see that.
Yeah, was that in the staff report? Because
We have talked about it with retail committee before, but we don't have it included in detail in the staff report. But we do have a couple of slides we can bring
Oh,
up.
that'd be good to bring those up.
Yeah, but
I think others would be interested in that as well. One of the medium-term actions that I'm aware of on, and this focuses on university, but we have side streets that have, well, and I don't know, but it's the same on university, tree wells that grates are lacking, and they're a safety hazard right now. We have some pretty deteriorated sidewalks on some of the side streets, like Cremona, where we've done a closure and have all kinds of foot traffic, and they're in bad shape. And so I'd be very interested in seeing what we have planned in prioritization on even our sidewalk repairs, but other medium-term measures as well.
Certainly want staff to respond to that. You know, at the same time, I do want to bring us back to the specific item that is before you this evening, which really is dealing with the longer term infrastructure choice. And so why don't we go ahead and respond to that while we've got it.
Yeah, and I'll just say that in my mind, there's a real linkage between the two. And as we talked about before, the support for the longer term measure is built upon progress.
Right.
And the whole notion that we're going to go from a bad situation to having business and landowner, and maybe we'll have the landowner, but we're going to have the business and the community support to go forward with this. It's in part based upon what we do in the near and medium term. And that's why, part of why I want to really look at that.
Right. And so you see the slide up with, so these are the projects in the 5-year CIP. So before the long-term streetscape improvements are implemented, and Public Works is implementing, is the lead on these. So Holly, if you want to speak to them.
Sure. Holly Boyd, Assistant Director of Public Works. So these are some of the projects that we're implementing in our current CIP plan. The automated parking guidance system project is underway at the 4 downtown garages, city-owned downtown garages. That should finish up next spring. We're currently implementing our sidewalk and curb ramp improvements. That's an annual project that addresses a little bit of work each year in downtown area. We just recently updated all of our curb ramps in the downtown area. Last week, you guys approved a design contract for new downtown garage, so we'll start work on that shortly. Of course, University Avenue Streetscape project. The alley from University Avenue to Cowper Webster, that has been redone with new paint and landscaping and a trellis, I believe. We have works in progress right now to upgrade the lighting in the University Avenue, California or Caltrain tunnel requirements, including painting and replacing all the lighting and running new conduit because it's outdated. And then we're looking at a mid-block crosswalk at Hamilton and Centennial Alley, and then additional public art projects and work at downtown parking lots, including resurfacing, et cetera.
Great. And that sidewalk and ramp improvements would address some of those issues, including tree well grading?
Yes and no. Tree wells have been a discussion point recently. There's not a consistent tree well material. Some of them have grates, some of them have bricks, some of them, have. When we do,
some have nothing.
Yes, some
and
have
are trip
nothing.
areas.
Yes. So that is being worked on currently. I don't know if Brad wants to add anything else on that, but when we typically do the sidewalks, we replace the curb and gutter and sidewalk and match existing to the tree well. So that is a separate, the tree well installation is actually a separate process.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithgow-Hames.
Why'd you look at me like that? Oh, okay. First of all, I want to thank staff for the report. As a member of the retail committee, I have seen this coming to this point, and it's a good thing that we're having the opportunity to all see it. I do want to agree with the validity of hearing about the near-term and medium-term improvements while keeping our eye on the ball of what the action item actually is. In part because when you read this report and it's like, awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, it's not starting till 2027. It won't be completed till 2030. You know, many of us understand why that is, a project of this size and scope with all the pieces that fall into place. But I think for the public, you know, when we have this report on the annual survey tonight as well, people are frustrated with delay. They're frustrated when they don't fully understand what's going on. So knowing that there are near-term things that are in fact happening, I think really helps us continue to build confidence in the community that stuff is happening. So thank you for throwing that slide up there and going through some of it. I do have a question because it said that, you know, power washing of garages, Garage Q and Civic Center completed. And then Garage SL, Lot J, and Garage R scheduled for November to February. And I was like, completed? I'm confused because power washing, I presume, is sort of an ongoing thing. Now, I understand from the slide that you threw up that there's a medium term is like, if the pilot worked, then we'll keep doing it. So did the pilot work on those two that have been done? Do we have a sense that this is worthwhile? What are we gauging? If it's not worthwhile, why not? And assuming it is worthwhile, what will be the frequency of power washing?
Thank you, Councilmember. So I think two different things. We were also doing a pilot with power washing sidewalks, and that was the pilot. The garage power washing, I don't think it's a pilot. It's just done at a certain frequency. This was something that was done recently, and I don't know when the next one is. And Brad's walking up to the podium. Thank you.
Good evening to the council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. With respect to the garage power washing, those are typically done annually. But there have been a couple of the garages that haven't been done for several years and really needed kind of a catch-up cleaning. So we do intend to keep those as annual cleanings, but we're working right now on the contract implications of making all of them annual. The other thing I would add about the work we're doing most recently is this is under a new contract from about a year ago. And we've built into that a once every 5-year kind of floor to ceiling, more like deep power washing. And so that's what we're actually doing on the couple of garages that have already been mentioned and the upcoming ones. So that's a little bit of a special, more intensive cleaning.
Now, there are a few things in my life that I wash once a year. And these are things that are, you know, I can't bear to wash it more than once a year, or it doesn't get dirty more than once a year. So with the garages, what is the sort of useful life of a good power wash? Or do we spend 6 months admiring the place and then 6 months waiting for that year anniversary to arrive?
That's a good question. I'm not sure, but we, I think the garages that have been getting power washed annually look in pretty good shape all the time. And that's not to say that we're not doing spot cleanings as well when things are spilled or messes are made. So it's not that the annual power washing is the only washing that takes place.
And the sidewalks will be power washed approximately how often?
That is the area in kind of the core of downtown where traditionally it's been monthly. And for maybe the past 6 months or even a little longer, we've been on a pilot program of doing those twice a month. Terrific. And heard good things about that to date.
Sounds good to me. I want to just speak to the stakeholder working group because they get a lot of airtime in the staff report. I participated in that group, so I know what that meeting was like. There were 12 people, I think, there. Some questions were only responded to by 10 people, which is clear in the report. You say blank out of 12 or blank out of 10. I'm worried when in the report we say 60% of them preferred a $43 million budget because 60% of 12 people is not a very big number. And I think if the working group is going to be relied upon as a valuable source of opinion, advice, critique, they've got to be met with a whole lot more frequently. Otherwise, it's not, I think, credible for us to give credence to, you know, a group of people if they're not really embedded in the work. So can you just give us a sense of how often we expect to be engaging the working group going forward?
Yes, thank you, council members. So we had expected once every 2 months with some special meetings in between as we go into the assessment district conversations where some of these stakeholders would be the ones that are crucial to the assessment district funding discussions. Anticipate those meetings happening more frequently because again, they're key stakeholders in that funding mechanism.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Burt, I had an answer to your question about the parking lengths. So in the Palo Alto Muni Code under section 18, there's a parking design table that lists the dimensions for various angle degree parking. I'm not sure which angle we have out there, 75, 90, or 60, but the two sides of parallel parking take up 7 feet each, so 14, whereas one of those various angle parking, either 60, 75, or 90, take up between 17 and 18 feet.
And does that consider when you have parallel parking, you're going to have potential door openings on both sides? And so is there two sides of the street that you have a clearance on, whereas with the diagonal, it's only one side that you have a clearance from the edge of the car to the vehicles?
Right, but that clearance, the door clearance is also kind of used as the buffer.
And it overhangs the curb typically for a parallel parking space. And you have overhang on the front end of a diagonal space, but there's also, get a little wonky here, the diagonal space takes more street width because of the turning in and out of a diagonal space. So the lane itself, I think it's about, rather than a minimum of 10 feet, it must be at least 15 or 17.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have quite a number of comments, but I'm going to start by the handoff from Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, who must have been reading my notes. I don't know, just because we have the same words here. I'm just really concerned about the whole stakeholder group situation, not only the credibility of the numbers here, which I think is approximately 0 in terms of how the votes went, but we have 17 on the committee. We don't know who they are. I'd like to know who they are. Sometimes only 10 of them were voting in the surveys and 12 of them were present. So it seems to me that that group needs to be expanded and meet more frequently. And I think there's no statistical item here that suggests that there's a majority of the stakeholders that favor anything. I calculated them each, and there's one that gets 53% of the 17, and that's that special events should be held between Ramona and Waverly. So I don't think we have a solid recommendation here that there's anything near consensus or even majority from the stakeholder group. I mean, we always have to make decisions regardless of stakeholder groups. But I think that's kind of a flaw that we should be trying to fix going forward. Secondly is, I know this is a art project as well, but there's all these discussions about gathering spaces. And, we talked about bulb outs that, they look pretty, but they take up a lot of space. They're going to be used for seating, landscaping, and other elements. Not sure what that is. Packet page 692, 3 intersections are also going to have gathering spaces, and special events are going to close the streets, I guess, to get even more gathering spaces. So I'm mostly concerned. Well, I'm concerned about all of it, but particularly the bulb outs, because it could add congestion in the streets. And on balance, what we're not trying to do here is get more gatherings. We're trying to get more mobility. We want the pedestrians to get through there. Certainly stop, not just race through there. That's obviously not the goal. But I'm just really concerned at the emphasis on that within the whole model here. And it seems like everything is lining up to provide these gathering spaces. In spite of which, shifting to another item, even with much wider sidewalks, you're currently saying that the bikes should go down University, which means that there's also going to be bike racks sitting in some of those wider sidewalks, which means that it's no longer a gathering space because there are bikes parked there. So I don't understand why in this presentation, we didn't get the option of looking at bikes on parallel streets, which is something we brought up last time. That would be Hamilton and Lytton. And that, by definition, I think becomes more safe because they're not competing as they're not competing with that single lane. But I think we should at least be seeing what the safety factors are and everything else. And then the bikes wouldn't be in the new sidewalks, they'd be on Hamilton and Lytton. So I'm concerned that we didn't get that as an option to look at. The issue of this, let's do this construction all at once has been mentioned by a council member and a public commenter. And I do think that we should look at pieces. For example, when we talk about the alley that goes from the university to City Hall, that's isolated enough that we could easily work on that. But do you have an estimate of doing it all at once, what the amount of time is for that and what the impact is on retailers? Will there be any closures? Will it be a block by block closure? What's the concept right now?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So maybe I'll take the last question first about construction. So looking at construction in one phase just for the streetscape project. So like we talked about the mid-block crossing and the alleyway, that's a separate project, not part of this project. So that would be earlier than the streetscape improvements. At this point, we are assuming the cost estimate, and again, it's very high level. We'll work through that in design. It assumes that it's a single contract. It could be phased in terms of construction because we don't imagine they're going to close down all of University Avenue for traffic purposes. So it would be phased, but that's a detail we would work out as we finish the construction documents and kind of prepare bid documents. So we'll bring that back for discussion at a later time. In terms of bicycles, we are looking at Lytton and Hamilton. So transportation in their bike and ped master plan is looking at Lytton and Hamilton as the preferred bike routes. We're just saying this would still have shadows on University. So if they had to get to something on University, they would use University Avenue. But typically, like we'd have wayfinding signage saying these are the preferred bike routes on Lytton and Hamilton. So that's to your bike question. In terms of gathering spaces, I'll let Casey respond to that. But we heard you last time that we didn't want too many gathering spaces in the bulb out. So some of those are just sidewalk corners. The focal gathering spaces are the ones that Casey pointed out. You know, in each block, there were like plazas or special places to bring people. Casey, if you want to add to that.
Thank you. Yes, so we do intend in a lot of the bulb outs to do enhanced planting and opportunities to actually buffer some of the movement of the car from the activity and mobility on the sidewalk. And the emphasis on gathering spaces was meant to enhance the opportunities that exist there now. So you're right, we're not trying to create, you know, a block party that happens every day, but we are interested in drawing pedestrians and bicyclists and visitors really to the street. And our goal was to try to enhance that experience to help ultimately feed that economic vitality. So it will be a mix of those amenities and landscape, which we think contribute to gathering spaces.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now I want to shift to costs and funding. I understand that there's no funding at present, but I want to comment on that. But first on the cost, you say that with the progress that you've made on that, you know, 80% of the cost turns out to be essentially because of the widening of the sidewalks. That's $36 million of that because we know it's going to go to at least 45 and maybe higher instead of the 40. So I use the 45. So that's 36 million. Sorry? I use 45, yeah. I didn't think the sun went down on my solar calculator, so I got it right. So, I mean, the obvious question is that, you know, wide streets are great. But when we start looking at these numbers, that make sense to leave the option open that maybe we can't do as many wide streets? I mean, obviously, if you cut this by half, you save, whatever it is, $18 million. And when we get to fundraising, that could be a big number. So is there a way in the design that as we get into this, it can be compressed? I mean, I know it can, but does that wreck your art project or make any compromises? Let me ask that in the question of the funding. It seems like there hasn't been any more specific discussion on the assessment district. And could you maybe, city manager, could talk about for the public, kind of what that is and that it's funded by the developers, as you mentioned earlier, instead of the general fund, and how that works, what process has to be gone through, and also literally if there are constraints then on what the city can do in that area because we didn't write the checks for it.
Sure. Let me address that in general terms. First, definitely the headline is not general fund. So that for sure is what we'd want to ensure is clear. That said, an assessment district, perhaps I would phrase not in terms of developers. This is really property and property owners and businesses that benefit from the improvements. And so as would typically be the case, it could be calculated based on frontage on the street that's being improved. So that's one method used to develop the assessment that would apply to each individual property along, let's say in this case, University Avenue. Do need to point out that there's under state law a distinction necessary between the special benefits that accrue to the property owners and the general benefits to the public. So we're not assuming it would be 100% paid for by the adjacent property owners, but that there would be a significant portion contributed by the adjacent property owners. Coming up with the calculation of how much each property would need to contribute is done through what's called the assessment district or an engineer's report. So it is actually a heavily quantitative exercise that again does take typically on the order of a year or more to go through the process of identifying the assessments, coming up with the assessments, and then putting that through what would be an annual collection process. And quite frankly, the timing of this assessment district actually dovetails what will expected to be the sunset of an existing parking assessment district in the same area toward the end of this decade. So that's perhaps more background than you needed, but could stop there.
No, that was great. Do we want to go back to the other aspect of cost and what that does to the design or the traffic flow?
I did want to comment on that if I could. And again, ultimately it comes down to the goal of the project and the vision of what it would be. I do think if you were to bring back up the slide that showed Burlingame, if you looked at the aesthetic quality of the sidewalks and the streets, you can't get that through power washing University Avenue. University Avenue is decades old and it shows it. And ultimately, part of what is in scope here is to replace the sidewalks in a way that would be contemporary and have an aesthetic look to it that is what might be the 2030 look as opposed to a circa 19 fill in the blank.
Right, but just to, not to debate this, but just to put a point on it, you could do that with narrower sidewalks.
Well, you wouldn't replace the existing sidewalks that have been in place for decades. And I think to a certain extent, that is the challenge we have, that the existing sidewalks are decades old. And until they are replaced, they will look decades old. And they also are built in a style, with typical gray concrete with ribbons of brick, which are different from what you see here. It's just quite frankly, it's a dated look.
Yeah, but the cost that I was looking at, according to the packet, were driven by the utilities and the curbs. So that's the question that I was asking.
And it really is the total cost, including the sidewalk replacement. But please go ahead.
I was just going to mention that, part of the key purpose of doing this, right, is to really widen the sidewalks. Most guidelines for urban downtowns and commercial retail areas really recommend broad sidewalks so people can walk side by side down the street. We have parklets, we have outdoor dining, we have all these activities we want to encourage out there, and we can only make that happen with very, very broad sidewalks.
Yeah, just to be clear, I wasn't saying do away with all wide sidewalks. I was asking if it became a budgetary crunch, would there be a design way to reduce them?
When it was pointed out earlier, I think phasing is certainly one of the options. At the same time, establishing the basic design concept will be critical to being able to implement a project in phases that could be done, say, a block at a time, or even individual features at a time once the basic design concepts are established.
Just the last question is, it seems like effectively we're going to be putting in a cap on parklets on University because we have to limit them given what's going on.
Well, I think the recommended concept design is flexible to allow parklets where they are either needed or desired, while not locking in either the business owner or the city, given the potential for that to change over time.
Okay, I thought it was only so many because if we put in more, it would squeeze down the sidewalk again.
Well, it's limited, to your point, perhaps by the fact that there are parallel parking spaces now rather than the greater space that's provided by the existing diagonal parking spaces. But I think that's the primary long-term constraint. Beyond that, it becomes an operational decision, kind of a policy decision as well as to how many to allow on a given block.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Coop.
Thank you. And I appreciate the line of questioning that Vice Mayor Lowing had, which reminds me that if there's no cap on the parklets, then we don't really actually have an accurate figure of how many parking spaces might be eliminated in the future as more parklets come in. Or is there going to be a number of parking that we're going to want and regulate on so that we can ensure we have enough parking spaces? As we heard from one of the members of the public saying that parking, and I've heard it throughout the retail community many times, that parking is essential for businesses.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Koo. So in June, when we had this discussion about on-street parking spaces, the direction from council was that in the long run, we want to make sure we maintain a certain amount of on-street parking, so at least 1/3 of what's existing. Right now, for reference, we have 7 parklets that are taking up 18 spaces, parking spaces on University Avenue. Given that there will also be opportunities for outdoor dining on the widened sidewalks, not every restaurant is probably going to want a parklet because they will be able to also have outdoor dining. There is flexibility to have both. And if we get to the point, I mean, looking at the parking count now, the on-street parking spaces, and if you look at the 18 that are being taken, we're a long ways away from reaching that kind of max. But that is a policy decision that'll be up to council if we get to that point where we're seeing a lot more requests for parklets. We do feel that given the opportunity for that additional outdoor dining on sidewalks, the need may not be as much either.
And we're also charging now the permit fees and the encroachment fee?
Yes, we do.
Okay. The other thing is, I was just kind of looking at the sidewalk width, right? That is, I hear from consultant that it is an important factor to have people feel much more comfortable. There's allowable more use for it and so forth. I was kind of walking down University and there are parts of it that has wider sidewalks. But what's most interesting was the newer development that was at 508 University, which is on the corner of Cowper and University. When they rebuilt that building, they actually had the first floor be more, allow for more. So it's a smaller first floor space with larger outside space, so sidewalk, etc. But then the second floor is cantilevered and then it goes on up. So I wonder, I think that might be an opportunity to look at some of our codes on University and some of the more busier streets, that when a rebuild comes around, that it might be something to consider so that we can gain some more sidewalk space. So the establishment that is there right now is Joe and the Juice, and it has that glass. I mean, it's actually really nicely done, whoever came up with that plan. And I'd like to, have that be considered as a way to increase the sidewalk space. The other thing is, as we're talking about near term, midterm, and long term, I think it's also pretty important to kind of, on your reports, when we're mentioning that you do have the timeline to correspond so people understand what they're, because when I look at near term, I'm almost thinking immediate within the next 2-3 months, but according to our retail committee, when we were talking about that, it was a year for near term, and then midterm is like 2 to 3 years and long term is 4+ years. So I think that's something that should be provided all the time. Regarding sidewalks expansion, is it possible, instead of demolishing and removing the current sidewalk, just to add concrete to how far? So leave the original sidewalk current and then just add concrete to increase the width. I know I know city manager said that it's ugly and
Yeah,
faded and old.
It wouldn't take care of the existing condition sidewalk. And it could possibly introduce drainage issues as well as we push out the flow line, what is it, 5-6 feet, where we'd have drainage issues. Our flow wouldn't be going the correct way, and then our sidewalk would be sloped and we'd end up with like a V.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I think those are just some of the other things, because I went to some other districts in other places and they have extended their sidewalk by just adding that section. So hearing us talk about costs and so forth, I wanted to just kind of explore that. And then for the tree wells, I also saw some places have like cork material, so it levels up with the sidewalk instead of denting in. I don't know what kind of material, but it's kind of soft when I walked on it, and I could still step on it and not potentially break an ankle, scrape my ankle, because I drop into it. So do you know what kind of material that might be, and if that might be something possible to use?
It sounds like what they use for playground material, like pour in place, kind of soft, resilience design. And I believe our public services department division is looking into using that at some locations for future downtown.
Thank you. So they are looking, which is a good thing. And then I was kind of wondering if that might be something to report back in terms of costs and so forth. Is it less or more than what the grades are? With the assessment for the funding through an assessment district or similar mechanism, have we kind of probed with the property owners as well as the business owners as to the temperature of whether they're willing to do so or not?
Yes, thank you, council members. So the ones that are representing that interest area on the stakeholder group, yes, and they are supportive. It's all going to come down to details, right? How much is it going to be in terms of the frontage? And again, as part of that assessment district feasibility analysis effort, there will be a lot closer engagement of all the stakeholders, not just the representatives.
Right, right. As you heard from council members, you know, when they're talking about stakeholders, we have to kind of, it's a very, very small group.
I think Steve had something to add.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Steve Guagliardo, Assistant to the City Manager, focused on economic development. Ashwini answered the question pretty perfectly. With the folks we've engaged with, they're willing to continue to engage in these conversations. It really is going to come down to conversations after tonight, once we get through this step of the conceptual approval, moving through the brass tacks of the assessment district, including the final details of the plan and what's included in there. As with most things, the question posed is the value proposition to them. And so when we talk about these things like wider sidewalks that encourage that economic activation and that vibrancy, those are things that the owners are very interested in and help engender their support for the project going forward.
Thank you. I think lastly, I just want to say, you know, when it comes down to it, University, Cal Ave, as well as Midtown in some of our business districts, it's many owners. And oftentimes it seems like we're compared to Stanford Shopping Mall, as well as to Town and Country and so forth. That all is under one ownership. And I think it was actually pretty interesting at our last meeting. And I encourage people to go back to November 20th at 9 o'clock to what, I mean, it aired at 9 o'clock. It was November 20th retail committee meeting where there was a proprietor who used to be in downtown and had moved over to Stanford Shopping Center. And it's also because there is security there. There is beautification there. There is a operation plan there, marketing. So if we're going to be successful at this, I think that the merchants as well as the property owners together with the city have to come together to work this out, because the city is not property owners and we are not going to be taking the cost and the construction or even the vitality and revitalization on our own. So good luck.
Councilmember Baker.
First, I want to thank Councilmember Ku for the wish of good luck. Much appreciated. First, I want to thank you, because I have to say, you know, looking at the pictures and the drawings and thinking out loud about all this, I'm getting pretty excited about it. So to the points that my colleagues have made about, thank you for asking about the interim steps, because I think that is going to be important, just because there is excitement, there is anticipation, and I think just showing some demonstrable progress, even if it's not the big, you know, replace the sidewalks yet, I think is really important. Most of my points have been touched on, so I think I can move through them pretty quickly. Just one technical or factual note. Thank you for the list of the near-term improvements. One of them was the automated parking guidance system. Those are the little lights at the top of the garages. Okay. I've mentioned before that on one of our garages, they don't seem to be working. I was told they were bumped. I saw it in another one of our garages where I just Friday night after the tree lighting went in and it was just green, 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 full, 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 full. So we really, it's almost more frustrating to have them not work than not to have them. And so the two garages I've checked in, like I haven't had them work yet. So we need to make sure those are actually happening.
Please continue to report those when you observe it, and I will throw that invitation open to the public to report them to me directly. Be
Thank you.
happy to make sure this is taken care of.
Sheridan several times, and it was the Ramona Street one Friday. Okay, thank you for that. Because I do love them, and I do think they're tremendously helpful when they work, so good. Okay, so a lot of questions have been asked about the cost. So I don't need to go deeply into that, but I did just want to ask, where it says just clarification, where it says cost estimate includes design, construction management, permit fees, formation of an assessment district, and all construction costs. At first, I was stumbled over the permit fees and formation of an assessment district, 'cause that felt more like revenue than cost. And so I was going to say is the 40 million a net. But I think what you're listening to you describe the creation of an assessment district and the process taking a year. So is that the cost associated with creating the assessment district that we're, yes, I'm using a lot of nods.
That's correct.
Okay. And then permit fees, what's the deal there?
So even though, again, it's a city kind of assisted project, we still have to pay for permit and review and inspection, all
Okay.
of that, so.
We are not above our laws. Okay, understood. All right, thank you for that. On the bike routes, I did note in the staff report talking about the University Avenue project team working with the, interfacing with the BPTP. And I think that's going to be really important to do. I know the vice mayor asked about Hamilton and Lytton, and I assume that'll be part of that. And you described a little about that. But I think that is going to be really important because, as you noted, you want to bike, horizontally over and have bike racks to get over there. But I think if you're biking through, with all of this going on, it would be nice to have more robust alternate routes in parallel. So I love the sidewalk widening. I can't wait. I think that's just terrific. I love outdoor dining. I think that our ability to do that in this environment is something that, if there's a silver lining of the pandemic, we now leverage that so much more. And it's just a lovely thing. I know different people have different views on this. I personally love the idea of having the tables near the restaurant so that my food isn't carried across random people. I'm not sitting there. We're getting more EVs, but we still have a lot of exhaust fumes on the street. I want to be up by the building, and I love that we will have room for that now. So I'm excited about that, which sort of dovetails with the parklets. It sounds like that's sort of for another day to determine exactly when, if, how many, et cetera, which I think is a good idea. Because I think once this firms up and gets a little more concrete and we can really envision what the new streetscape might look like, we can get a better sense of, do we want a parklet sitting there between the street and the sidewalks and buildings? I'm excited you're preserving the street trees. I love the gateway elements. I think that really just makes it feel like a special place. And I'm really eager to hear the feedback that will come as this unfolds about what kind. I know you put a few options in their staff report that we'll be considering as this unfolds. And I think that'll be great. So that's all I have at this point because my colleagues have done such a great job of asking questions. Thank you.
Councilman Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you guys for putting this together. Really appreciate it. So I like on your first slide, I like how you guys were, trying to do more power washing and cleaning and whatnot. And I was just curious because I did think it was previously pretty dirty, and hopefully with all this work, it's better. But does it cover this garage here, the City Hall garage? It did? Okay. And does it cover like our City Hall? Because I don't know if you guys noticed, but when you walk into our City Hall, it kind of smells like urine and stuff like that. And one of the other nights I was like going down to my bike after City Council, I saw a guy taking a leak, on the stairwell. So I don't know, are we cleaning the City Hall as well? Or is it just like, I don't know if someone can comment on that, but it's we should, this place should also be kept nicely too, right?
Yes, we are also cleaning the city hall garage as well as daily cleaning the stairwells.
Okay, and inside, like the lobby and stuff, and the stairwell over there, the one we go, because I always take the stairs, and not the elevator, I walk down the staircase, and sometimes it's like, oh my God, like, it smells like a bathroom, right?
Clean daily.
Clean daily, okay. Okay, well, maybe it should be checked, or like even today, like the lobby kind of smelled like, wow, it's like, I don't know. So maybe someone could check that out. But okay, anyways, it sounds like you're on top of it or trying to get on top of it, which is great. Yeah. So I think that's what's really, really important is because I agree with my colleagues who talked about like, well, I checked off the box of cleaning. I think it's ongoing. It's not just cleaned it, we're done, right? It's measuring the performance of our vendors, right? Making sure that our vendors are doing a good job. And if they're not, we need to switch out the vendors, right? And there should be checking of the vendors and making sure that are hitting a certain performance metric, right? Because I'm really concerned because like a lot of the staff folks don't even talk about the performance of the vendors, and they really should, because I think some of them may not be doing as good of a job as they should be. Okay, and then my overall view of this is I love the vision and all that kind of stuff, and I really do feel like we as a city are falling behind compared to cities around us. And my biggest concern about this, and some of my colleagues have touched on this too, is that it's slow, right? I mean, it's the timeline on this is just immense, and like. I mean, it's just like I look at the page 20 or slide 22, and it's just unbelievably slow. I mean, we've been talking about this for a long time, and I know that a lot of our businesses are suffering. A lot of people in our community are kind of like fed up with this, and I know that staff has to be cautious and not make mistakes and be inclusive and all that kind of stuff, but it doesn't need to take this long. And I think I said the same thing last time around, right? And it just seems like we'll never get there, and it's just this immensely long time frame for something which I think is relatively simple. And I'm just at a loss. I mean, I remember last time I asked about this, I think the city manager said, 10 years, it'll take 10 years. I'm like, what? Why should it take 10 years to do the streetscape? And look at this timeline, it is probably 10 years, maybe it's even longer now. I don't know. It just looks like it keeps getting pushed out. And so I'm just really, I mean, there's a good chance that some people here will be termed out before this is even done or completed. And I just think it's unfathomable why it's taken so long and why it's so hard. And so I just want to express my disappointment on how long this has taken and how slow it's been, and how I feel like we're not keeping up with our neighbors in our neighboring cities. We're not competing, and it's a loss to our community. It's a loss to the businesses here. It's just not a good thing. So I just want to encourage for us to step it up a bit. I'm not going to be here to complain about it, but hopefully you guys will step it up and get this done faster, because the timeline is just unbelievably long. It just makes no sense.
I'll add just a few questions about a lot already said. Generally, really excited for this project. Agree with comments about pacing. How can we do more short-term improvements while waiting for the longer-term improvements? I agree with Mr. Hackman from the Chamber of Commerce about some of his recommendations. But overall, really excited for it. I do think the current sidewalk is outdated. Clearly, a Burlingame I remember Burlingame was not a downtown that many people wanted to go to. They implemented some similar changes that we're considering tonight, and now all of a sudden, Burlingame is the hip place to go. And I teach in Belmont, San Carlos. I'm always shocked how many of my students say, "Oh, we go out to Burlingame." And when I ask them why, they just say, because it's such a nice place to be and to spend an afternoon. And, you don't have to spend any money to just even enjoy being in those type of locations. And so creating these kind of third places that we're talking about, I think is going to be worth the investment and will inevitably lead to more shoppers, more money being spent. So I think this is a good thing. I'm especially excited for the possibility of expanding special events, and understand, of course, there's going to be some friction between some of the stakeholders regarding street closures, then using kind of various plazas for special events. I think further engagement, of course, is the way to go. I know the report said that a majority of the stakeholders want to see somewhere between 2 to 5 special events. Just trying to remember, how many special events currently require a closure of University Avenue? I mean, I could think of May Fete and the art fair. Is there anything else?
Good evening again, Mayor. Not chiming in with any other specific events, but just saying it is a handful of events right now, but that's one of the things we look at when we look at those neighboring jurisdictions and things they do to draw people in and remind folks of their downtown commercial cores. So that's part of the question that we posed to the stakeholder group and why we posed it, is just trying to get a sense of what level of support there may be for what number of events.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it's a place where we can, I think there's a lot of opportunities and abilities to further activate downtown Palo Alto. I mean, I understand frustrations around street closures and again, engaging stakeholders more around that. But in my mind, I mean, what works for me all the time is when I do go to other communities. About a month ago, Campbell was holding an event in their downtown. I went there with my wife and some friends, and we enjoyed the activity and saw a lot of shops that we kind of recognized, oh, would love to come back here and shop on another weekend. And so I understand street closures are frustrating and it might suppress business for that weekend, but to be able to then showcase what we have and get future visitors, I would imagine that pays off. I'm not the business expert, so maybe I don't know if staff has thoughts, or maybe Steve, if you know anything there as far as that impact. So I'm excited for that. And then something there's been some noise about removing and consolidating of the news racks. The report just states that staff is working on consolidating those news racks and are going to continue to work on that. Can we talk more about those plans? Because I mean, we saw in the paper, we received some emails being concerned about this. Can you give a little more detail about that?
Sure. So the city is committed to preserving access to these important sources of information. When we talk about consolidation, in phase one of that we completed in September, we removed 62 either not in use or abandoned news racks. So when we talk about consolidating them, for example, at some locations, they originally were a set of 8 news racks, and maybe now they're only 3 or 4. So what we're talking about is putting them in a frame for 4 boxes instead of the original 8. So we're not going to remove any additional news racks that are in use. We're just trying to work with the distributors and the publishers to fix any broken ones, confirm that some of the ones that look not in use, that there are in use, so we can get a count and then consolidate them and clean them up to like a more compact, more attractive.
Right. Yeah. So we're not, there's no plans to remove news racks from University Avenue and place them on side streets.
You mean as part of this future?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's good to hear. But yeah, I mean, the abandoned news racks and everything always looked terrible. And I hope too, maybe we can find ways to beautify or modernize those news racks when we're moving forward to kind of, because right now it's pretty easy to walk by them. I think it'd be great to be able to highlight them a little bit more, to be able to highlight our local journalism. And then just one final thought. Yeah, I really was thrilled about the kind of highlighting the unique character of Palo Alto and providing more visibility to a lot of our downtown landmarks. Yeah, I'm really curious too about what other opportunities might exist to be able to create virtual tours of the downtown, opportunities to maybe create a community competition to leverage the skills of our residents and local students to maybe help develop something like that. I mean, I think this is just kind of one of those areas where we have so much local expertise, both as residents and our students, who would probably love to be able to get engaged on something like this and to partner with the upcoming Palo Alto History Museum as well. So I think there are opportunities that we can kind of go in-house for free with our community members, and hope we're thinking out of the box to see how we can leverage that. And Steve, do you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that exact point. Charlie's here and others have participated, we did start very preliminary conversations on a topic very similar to that, about how to leverage the Chamber, Palo Alto History Museum, and other community partners to raise visibility and see what options there may be there. So we'll report back on that as we return to council with future updates.
Great. Sounds wonderful. Thank you. Okay, let's see if we can get move towards a motion. Councilmember Ku?
I'm sorry, I just had one more thing to add. I wanted to just say that, there's the highlighting Palo Alto as the birthplace of Silicon Valley, to have interpretive history and technology, what the mayor was speaking about. As we're going through this, I am reminded also, the site of the Palo Alto Museum, that was actually a very innovative thing that happened. It's the birthplace of pioneers that came up with the idea of specialized healthcare in one location. I mean, so there are these kind of highlights that I think that it would be kind of prudent to put forward. But also, in one of my travels, I saw the city had a lot of statues of pioneers and of figures that gave birth to the location. So if that's something in art or historical that we can consider and incorporate into, it'll be great. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to say this.
Councilman Tanaka?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for the staff recommendation. And the only thing I'd like to add to it is that we move up the time frame from the ending of 2029 to 2027.
Any seconds? Okay, hearing no second, motion fails for lack of a second. Councilman Lithcott Ames.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
I will second it, and then I have a proposed amendment.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second. Councilman Lithcott Ames, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thanks. I think we've had a good discussion.
Councilman Burt?
Yes, I'd like to add a referral to staff to pursue additional, I'll even just say explore additional medium-term measures, including short-term loading zones on side streets, provision of tree wells on side streets and University. And and support for historic promotion of the street. And I realize I have one, if that is acceptable, I have one other question for staff.
That's acceptable.
Okay, thank you. And if I might have one follow-up question I had for staff, which is, do we know the scale of Burlingame's project, how many blocks it was compared to ours, what it cost and when they did it, and how they funded it?
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't have that information now, but we can certainly follow up.
Okay, great. I think that would be helpful. Maybe we could get it to the retail committee. Yeah, thank you.
Any further, Councilman Ku?
I wanted to ask the maker and the seconder if they would also consider including in their TDM measures for when to address additional parking supply when needed.
I'm going to say, I think that's beyond the scope of this particular moment.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it means.
So my thought is when a business comes in and because now we're going to be sharing parking a lot of times. And I mean, it's unbundled. There's no minimum parking requirements. Then if we have a TDM plan in place, then it'll be upon the business or the property owner to ensure that there is funding that is for their employees to use other means of transportation, or that they have a parking plan in place of where they're acquiring more parking for valets to use, et cetera. But to have a plan in place, just to be forward-looking to address potential parking issues in the future. And if it's not within the scope, that would be something that would be prudent to look at, because we know an experience back in 2013, 14, that timeframe where there was a boom in downtown, but people were circulating looking for parking and so forth. So we can't just think we have sufficient now and not think about what happens in the future. After all, we're looking for success in downtown. Thank you.
You're talking about where restaurants have parklets or elsewhere?
I'm really looking at the core area in downtown where.
Yeah, but what would trigger this need?
Yes, when we have, I mean, there's of course a lot of restaurants, when we have
What else are you
events,
talking about?
when office space starts becoming more utilized and we have potential startups that comes in.
But I'm not following what would trigger participation or a requirement for a TDM program.
I think it should just be a requirement. I don't think that you can just say trigger, because we just have unbundled parking. And when you have employees at a restaurant, which we're increasing, and we've actually loosened the ordinance and the requirements, formula retail, et cetera.
I'm just thinking about the role of our TMA in the district wide has been to really provide those TDM measures in the aggregate for that area. And I think I am interested in how we will work to expand the TMA to address parking, or to really mitigate parking needs going forward, but I don't know that we have to have it in the motion.
Very good. I just want to bring that aspect up because I don't want us to forget parking issues.
Oh, and
thank you.
If I may, I realize I neglected one other potential medium-term measure which is staff has already talked. Well, maybe I'm sorry, you listed on a medium term, right? The Centennial Way crosswalk, that's already listed. Thank you. Sorry.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I just have one clarification on the actual wording of the amendment, the a design-related services amendment. Is it an amendment to a current consulting? Okay, and is that scoped out in terms of what the pricing would be, or is that part of the process that you'd come back with the correct pricing?
Yeah, we haven't scoped it out yet. We were going to after, getting direction from council tonight, but we aren't asking for funding. There's already funding in the capital project for this.
But we would still, obviously we need to approve the amendment.
A contract amendment, yes, we would come back with that.
Yeah, okay. And then the other thing I wanted to raise is that, as I said earlier, we don't really have any, in my judgment, valid recommendations from the working group because of the lack of participation on the votes. So I would really like to see that working group expanded, and obviously expanded with people who are going to put in the time and do the votes. Would it be helpful to have that in an add-on amendment here? Or is that sort of understood?
So let me take perhaps a shot at a response to that, and staff, please feel free to correct me. I think the approach at this point with a stakeholder working group has been to keep the group small enough to work through these issues, and that has been an important step. In the next phase, when we get to more specific design, then we're talking to property owners on every block, along the entire stretch. So I think inherently there will be additional engagement beyond the stakeholders that have been identified in the working group. So again, please correct me if that's not correct.
No, that is correct. And I just wanted to point out, I don't know if we could get up slide 29. So Vice Mayor, it's supposed to be representing different areas. So yes, it is a smaller group, but we do have a variety of interest areas that we have representatives for. And that's many types of businesses and then community partners and residents. So we did try to kind of be as inclusive as possible in terms of the businesses and make sure they have representation. And our expectation is that they are going back to their sort of groups to bring feedback to us and then to communicate what's happening.
Yeah, so I'm okay with that, expanding it when we go to the next step with people who are going to put in the time. Thanks.
All right, seeing no further lights, let's take the vote.
Councilmember Thinker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. All right, move to our final item, item 17, approval of amendments to the employment agreements between the city of Palo Alto and council appointed officers, specifically the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. Just staff.
Yes, I think we need a minute for our staff to trade places, and our human resources director, Sandra Blanche, will be reporting on this item.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Sandra Blanche, the HR Director, with you this evening. Before you is the approval of the employment agreements for the council-appointed officers, City Manager Shikata, City Attorney Stump, and City Clerk Mahea Ayun. The California Government Code requires the City Council to publicly take action to approve executive compensation, such as the employment agreements of the council-appointed officers. These amendments are the end result of the City Council's annual performance evaluation process, which started back on May 29th in a public meeting discussion and concluded on November 26th with the public debrief reviewing this year's performance evaluation process. At the conclusion of the evaluation process, City Council directed implementation of these amendments to the employment agreements to provide merit increases for City Manager Shikata, City Attorney Stump, and City Clerk Mahea Ayun. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Let's turn to public comment.
For the record, there are no requests to speak and no hands are raised.
Thank you. Return to the dais for questions, discussion, or motions. Councilmember Ku?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, has this amount been factored into the budget, fiscal year budget? Has Finance Committee discussed just want to know if it's budgeted because, so here's where I am. At the last finance committee meeting, there was going to be a 12 million shortfall for the upcoming year, I think 2026. And so, and at this point, I understand, so it means that we have, I think I've brought this up many times before, Fire Station 4 still has no water, no fire engine with water and no staff to staff it. So, I mean, those are all community aspects that I have huge concerns about, especially with the growing population that is anticipated. So just where is the funding here?
The additional costs for the council appointed officer salary increases is approximately 73,800.
Yes.
It's expected to be funded in each of the departments, the city manager's department, city attorney office, and city clerk's office for the FY25 current budget. For FY 2026, these changes will be incorporated into the development of the FY26 budget.
Thank you for that. I think many of the members of the public is inquiring about is there where if it's already factored into it, and also ensuring that there isn't cuts, but also to be certain that certain aspects to our community safety, public safety and so forth is put forward as a higher priority. I also want to say, I really appreciated the city manager, city attorney for not taking raises during the COVID time. And they have forgone the increases. And now that we have more clarity, so I appreciate it. I appreciate knowing. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I'd like to move the acceptance of these increases for the 3 CAOs. And I just have a quick comment if I get a second.
Second.
I just want to mention that it's been a very rigorous process this year with the CAO committee and the council. It's been, I thought, a very productive dialogue with each of the CAOs individually in the goals ahead and the accomplishments of the past both. And we have multiple benchmarks from multiple cities for comparable compensation, and these fit within those ranges quite well for the sort of quote services rendered. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, would you like to speak to your second?
No need. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, just a note on the budget. We actually have built into the budget certain assumptions on citywide salary increases. So I assume these would have those, much of this amount would be covered by those same assumptions, correct? We project salary increases in the budget.
Good evening, Council. Kylie Nosey, Assistant City Manager. I can confirm, yes, what Councilmember Burt just said. There are salary assumptions already factored into the budget, both in FY 2025 and FY 2026.
Great. Thank you. And just the other thing, and Kylie, while we have you on there, at the Finance Committee, we had an update on our long-range financial forecast, which will come to the council shortly. But we ended the fiscal year FY 24 with how much of a surplus above budget?
I believe it was around $8 million above the council's 18.5 target level for the budget stabilization reserve.
And then if I recall, about 5 million of that was allocated to the uncertainty reserve. Basically, we now have the funds from remainder surplus in FY 23 and FY 24 to cover the projected shortfall in FY 26 for through the uncertainty reserve. And as is the case most years, we budget in a way that results in having funds, basically what we call a surplus, but that's how we put additional funds into capital. It's how we put additional funds into our unfunded employee obligations, and in this case, to our uncertainty reserve. So I expect we will continue to have those results at the end of our fiscal years, that there will be additional remainders. So what looks like a certain deficit going into a year is typically not the case.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly say that, yeah, it was a rigorous process, and I also think a good one, because I think the conversations that were had in the process of assessing the merit increases were really helpful, and I think will help us in the year going forward, and appreciate the participation of the 3 CAOs whose compensation packages are before us. I think that will help us a lot. And I just wanted to note that 2 of our CAOs are just deeply experienced and well-known in the region, and I think that is a great asset to our city. So thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So, I've talked about this kind of issue for some time, but I really believe that, especially for the CEO of the city, well, CEO of any organization, but, in this case, our city, the pay should be tied to performance. So if it's really great performance, it should be really high pay, and vice versa. And, so I was actually really glad to have tonight this city survey, because I looked at this, right? And so, if things are the same, then, just keeping up with inflation seems to make sense to me. Inflation right now is about 2.4%. So a 2.4% raise if everything is equal. But when I look at the service ratings changes over time, right? This is our earlier item from tonight. We had street repair that improved, which is great. But then we had, a fairly significant decline in service ratings for building and planning, application processing services, code enforcement, traffic signal timing, sidewalk maintenance, and electric utility. And these were like, 9+ % drops. So not good, right? Plus, we've had a lot of complaints about University Avenue, and you guys know I'm not very happy about the delay with the streetscape. And this is, despite the fact that we're at like a $1.2 billion budget now, right? We have like a humongous expense per capita in our city. And this is a 10% increase in expenses that we have for our city. So if I was to kind of step back and think about how's the CEO of our city performing, we have these decreased service ratings, we have a very big increase, double-digit increase in our expenses. And so I'm thinking, wait a second, what's going on here in terms of performance? Now, maybe I haven't saw the latest finance stuff, so hopefully we don't have the same $20 million loss. But what we did do, and we heard from our from the survey that a lot of people are not happy with the cost of livings. Yet, to help make up for the shortfall, we jacked up utility rates: electrical 9%, water 9.5%, gas 12.5%, wastewater 15%, right? And we do this every year, and this is not good, right? This is making this place unaffordable. And so, when we're giving a 6% raise on performance that I think is subpar, in contrast to a 2.4% inflation rate, to me, this is not appropriate. And if you contrast this to the people of our community, the people paying for all this, most of the people in our community are tech workers. And I know a lot of you guys don't work in tech, so you're not really probably not even aware about what's going on. But in tech, it's been like a total disaster, right? People being laid off, even from the big tech companies. It's in fact, I was just looking at this recent study from last year and talked about the average tech salary in the region decreased 15. I mean, when I say region, I'm in Bay Area, decreased by 15.25%, right? And that's not kind of the fact that people got laid off. So this is kind of in stark contrast to this raise, to the performance that I think could be a lot better. And, if the performance was, the other way around, let's say we had, 6 or 7 services that increased in performance versus decreased in performance, I'll be like, okay, yeah, probably is justified, or perhaps even more. But for this, I need to ask the mayor to separate out item 2 from the vote here. Thank you.
All right, we'll separate item 2. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
I just wanted to address my colleagues' concerns about the city manager without getting into a performance review context. I just want to offer a different piece of data. I think it's essential that we compare apples to apples. We are not a tech company. We are not a private industry. We are a city government. And what I know for sure about our city manager is he's considered a front runner for the president of ICMA, the International City Manager Association, and that means his peers think he's doing a darn good job. We can quibble here and there with this and that, but I think we got to compare apples to apples, and we've got a pretty great apple here, along with the other council-appointed officers as well.
Thank you. And Councilmember Vinker.
Just to add another data point to it, on Thursday morning, I will be attending the retreat of the Executive Committee of the Cal Cities Peninsula Division, which is an association of all the cities in all 3 counties in the peninsula, San Francisco, San Mateo, and Santa Clara County. We've invited a city manager to come speak to us and help us, guide us as we set our goals. That city manager is our city manager, and he was there last year. So I think that is another example of what high regard he is held in the immediate vicinity as well.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, looks like we are ready to take the vote.
Taking the vote on the first part of the motion for 1 and 2. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Voting on the second part of the motion for number 3. Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Motion carries 6 to 1.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. With that, we are adjourned. Have a good night.